Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the 113th anniversary of the sinking of the RMS Titanic, and to be what will undoubtedly be another night to remember for us, our annual real-time sinking live stream with your friends and family at Titanic Honor and Glory. This annual tradition keeps getting bigger and bigger each year, much like the Oceanliners of the turn of the century, and this year is no different. As always, we are here to commemorate the sinking of the RMS Titanic and to remember the lives of those on board. Together, we will watch the THG real-time sinking animation provided to us by our incredible team at Titanic Honor and Glory, led by the incredible Jack Gibson. You will hear backstory from our panel of experts. One moment, turning myself up a little bit. You'll hear from our panel of experts, but what will make this year a little more special than previous years, a little bit bigger and better, we're going to be covering some more untold stories than usual. We will not cover the same stories that we kind of do every year, and you've heard a million times. You'll hear other stories. You'll hear from other passengers, perhaps. There will be a few updates to this animation that you all see before you, and then also we will be hearing from a larger team of experts than we usually have. Last year, it was really just Matt and I, though I know Matt and I cringe when we call ourselves experts. We don't like to do that, but truly, the definition of an expert is some of the people that I'm very proud to share this room with. So some introductions are in order. My name is James Penca. I'm the creative director of Titanic Honor and Glory, have been since 2021. This is all, oh, thank you. No. This year, this is my second year doing the live stream with the rest of the guys at Honor and Glory. Previous to that, I did my own, but they put me out of business. No, I'm kidding. I also am the host of the Witness Titanic podcast. Shameless plug. I have a new episode coming out in 2 days. Look that up. It's going to be great. And then also I was a member of the 2024 expedition to the Titanic wreck site last year. And I'm sure we'll draw on some of that experience here in the expedition, or in this live stream. But beside me, far more important than myself, we have our executive producer, Matt DeWinkeleer. Matt, would you please just say hello?
Hello, everybody out there in the room at the Queen Mary and online watching from the comforts of their home, which is where I wish I was actually right now when we do these live streams, because they're rather stressful, but it's lovely to be here with everybody.
We're all sweating through our jackets.
Yes.
And everybody online, if there's some sound balance issues, we'll iron those out as we get going. We also have one of our lead producers and our lead modeler. You all know him and love him, Kyle Hudak. Kyle, say hello.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I am Kyle, and I have been modeling Titanic essentially since about 2009. And I must have done like 10 different models since then of the ship, and they always get better and better, and I've just spent years researching this vessel, all the fine details. I'm a details guy, so that's what I do. And on the model that we're working on now for Titanic Honor and Glory, we're doing it down to the structure, down to the steel, the frames, the beams, the plates, and it's really been an incredible journey in researching the ship and recreating it and finding all of these details and learning new things. And as for this event, this is one of my first, if not the first, real time attending like a live THG event, and this is my first time here on the Queen Mary, and I've been so excited to be here.
Yeah, Kyle has been joining us for these live streams for almost a decade, always online, and so he's here with us today, but more on that in a second. We also have with us, all the way from France, our art director, one of our art directors, Nico Murgia. Say hello, Nico.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm very glad to be here tonight for this for this live stream. It's my first live stream as well, so I'm really glad. I've been working on the team since 2012, maybe now, and I'm really happy to be here and to be here on the Queen Mary as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nico. Round of applause for Nico. And also, we have with us for the first time this year our lead rec researcher, Peter Harwell. Peter, say hello.
Hey everyone, it's nice to be here. Nice to meet the rest of the team. I've not met these guys in person yet, and it's been a wonderful weekend being here.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for being here. Yay for Peter as well. All right. Next up, joining us online, that's everybody here with me today, but joining us online is one of our main historical researchers, one of our go-to researchers, David Nonini. David, can you say hello?
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here.
All right, it actually worked. We got him in here.
Yay!
I
Hooray.
hope everyone can hear you online and we can hear you here. This was a month's stress for that moment, so I'm very glad your voice came through loud and clear. And joining us, our last guest for today's live stream, this year's live stream, you know him very well. He is your friend, Oceanliner Designs, Mike Brady. Hi, Mike.
Hello everybody. I feel like
All right.
good to see you all. Great to be here.
We're happy to have you. We were supposed to have you last year, and you got sick, if I recall.
My Titanic anniversary tradition is to get sick every April at about the 13th.
Yeah.
But this year I thought I would try something different and not get sick. And so far, so good.
Fantastic. Mike, we're so happy to have you. We're so happy to have everybody here. But we're not alone, as you've already heard and you've already seen, because I accidentally started the live stream with them on screen. I ruined the surprise. But you already knew this if you've been following us. We come to you not just online at Titanic Honor and Glory on our YouTube channel, as we have for many years now. We are in a very special place. We are on M deck of the RMS Queen Mary in the Mauritania room, all the way forward if you're looking for us somewhere on the ship. And we are joined here by a very special group of people. We have a live audience. Say hello to the internet live audience. Hey, nice. We got the White Star flag in the back. This is great. You guys are the first audience to appear on screen for one of our streams, so very, very happy to have you all here. And now I will take you off so you can relax. I know that's not easy. So we're so happy everybody's here. Some people we must thank. Some of them are here, some of them are not here. I would like to first thank Paul Cargania, who's in the back here. Paul put together this entire Titanic anniversary weekend on the Queen Mary. He did it he did it with so much help, but he was the head of everything. This was unbelievable amounts of work, and we kind of crashed his party and I'm sure made it far more difficult. So thank you, Paul. Round of applause for Paul, if you guys don't mind. Also, I want to thank the Queen Mary, of course, the people here on the Queen Mary. This is spectacular to have them. We have an open bar. So Alberto, thank you very much back there for you guys helping us out. Tip your bartenders. And then also some people who are not here that we must thank, and this is not a complete list by any means. Of course, Jack Gibson, who makes these animations along with our team. Jack is the best. Yes. Jack is our bestie. We would love to have him here, but Jack famously does not like the sound of his own voice, and which is funny because he has my favorite voice of all time. Anyway, but we also have to thank Ken Marshall, Randy Bingham, Sam Halpern, and so many other just legendary Titanic historians and experts that we can only aspire to be one day. But the thing about that, though, is while we thank them for everything they do, and they help us in such a way so that some of the people that you will hear from tonight online and here in person, I truly believe are the next generation of those Titanic historians. And I know some of you feel the same way. So it's just, it's a pleasure to have them help us with our work, and it's a pleasure to put it together for you all here. Just a couple last minute things before we get into it. For everybody here, the bathroom is down one deck and then back forward. There's an open bar. Please feel free to come and go for a walk if you'd like. and you guys can do that as you go.
I don't think it's
And then as for everybody online, I just have a couple things to put on screen. First of all, I should have done this. Those are your hosts on screen right now. Matt, DeWinkeleer, Kyle, David, Peter, Nico, myself, and Mike Brady of Oceanliner Designs. And then also, I will just put this on screen. You can always join us on Patreon, join our little club of people who make this sort of thing possible. So to all of our patrons online and to the many who came here today, I see we've met some of you and I recognize some of you. So it's amazing to have you all here to support work like this. Yes, we became well known because of a little video game that we were making, but we love the support that we get for this. Like, this is Titanic Honor and Glory to us as well, and we know you all feel similarly. And then I should also point out, lastly, that we do have a lot of people sending in super chats on YouTube. We're so appreciative of that as well. Per tradition with our syncing, we will not be able to put those on screen and respond to those as we often do for our live streams, because we are here to focus on the sinking of the RMS Titanic. With that all said, it is currently, at this moment, according to my calculations, it is 11:16 aboard Titanic if we were out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. This video you are seeing right now, just think of it that way. This is 11:16 on your screens and in front of you on this big screen for our live audience. The iceberg collision is not too far away. Frederick Fleet is in the crow's nest with Reginald Lee. Officers Murdoch and Moody are on the bridge. Robert Hitchens is at the wheel. All these characters that we've heard so much about. But my first question to get this whole show on the road is going over to Matt DeWinkeleer. We've talked a lot leading up to this live stream that we wanted to talk about new stories, untold things. We have to dive deeper into these things every now and then, instead of just talking about how Lawrence Beasley is reading a book in his bed. We know that. So what did you, in preparation for this, what kind of stories did you want to tell? How is this going to be a little bit different from years past?
Right. So every year we talk about the same passengers, the same crew, because their stories are so amazing. But there were 2,208 individuals aboard Titanic that night, and every single story, even the ones we don't know, were amazing in their own rights. And so we have an incredible research team, and James was unable to mention all of their names because it seems like there's 2,208 people working on Titanic Honor and Glory these days. But I asked them to come up with some individuals who got into lifeboats, who did not survive the disaster, but who had amazing stories, and to just mention to me, like, hey, why don't we talk about this person for once, instead of, with no offense to John Jacob Astor and Madeline, why don't we talk about how they got off into the lifeboat, but their brother and their fiance did, and you'll hear about their story later. I don't want to mention who they are yet because that would not take away the fun, but would not leave us in suspense of a really sad story. And these are eventually stories we might hear about later on in our projects, but for tonight, there's a couple of these stories which are heartbreaking. There are a couple of these stories which are relatable to other famous passengers, which are just kind of interesting. But I think it's good this year because we've all seen our animations before. We focus on Titanic herself a lot, so it's time this year to focus on untold stories. Let's just take the camera lens away from the Guggenheims just for a little bit and take a gander at everybody else if we can, just for a bit, just to see.
And we should note, for those of you who maybe this is your first stream with us, and maybe you want to hear some of those classic stories.
You still will. I'm sure you will.
We'll still hit on some of them, but this animation is primarily the animation we played last year, though Jack Gibson and team have provided a few updates. I believe the coloring has changed, little things like that. But in the bottom of the screen, there will be text that appears on screen that we've written in years past. In fact, the text you will see on screen dates back to my days on MySpace when I used to do this. Yes, when I used to do real-time updates on MySpace when I was in junior high. Those have been refined. Don't worry, they're way better than they were back then. But so you'll see some of the classic stories on screen. Feel free to read those and ignore us if you prefer. But I'd love to throw it now to Kyle Hudak, mostly because it's fantastic to be in the same room as Kyle. Kyle and I have worked together more or less for a decade, and we met for the first time this weekend, like in person. So, Kyle, it's your first time here. How does it feel, and what are you excited for the next few hours?
Well, it feels very interesting. It's weird. It's a weird experience to be out here because for the first many years that I've worked on this project, I was not a guy who came out to any events. The rest of the team, they traveled the world. They did this and that. They went to all these places, but I was usually home. I would still be working on stuff, and so to be out here is something very new for me. I've been out before, like maybe once or twice with the team to some previous conferences, but this is something on a whole other level. And to be here at a live event, to just watching this animation with all of you is, I don't even know how to describe it. It's pretty, it's pretty, for lack of a better word, cool. And yeah, it's just being on this here, being with you, being with the rest of the team, being on this ship, this incredible ship that when we came here, I arrived, I walked up to it, and I saw it, and I was like, wow, look at this. This is a lot like the Titanic. There's 4 vertical rows of portholes on the hull and the black part. There's like 3 rows of portholes and windows on the superstructure, and the ship's bigger, it's heavier, but it vaguely is like the Titanic. When you stand next to it, this is what it's like. And when you're on the ship like this, and you're walking around, and you're walking through the corridors, you see the shear, you experience the camber. In the structural model that I've been working on, shear has been a big thing, but right now, I've been working on the beams and adding those in, and those all have camber. That's the side-to-side curvature of the deck. And it's kind of adds strength to the decking. And this ship has that too. And when you're standing in like any part of a room, or you're in your cabin towards the side of the ship, it's weird. It feels weird. It's like you're climbing. And so these little experiences of this, what it was like maybe to be on the Titanic, is something that's honestly been a particularly amazing thing since I've arrived here.
Fantastic, Kyle. Thank you. I need to make a correction. We made our first historical mistake of the night.
Oh, no.
I said it was an open bar. It's not. it's a cash bar. Sorry about that. I wasn't thinking when I said it.
You did it twice, and I was very scared that everyone was going to get up and
Just
run.
run
just
over.
like,
Right. Sorry about
Time
that.
for the drinks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kyle. Speaking of people being here, Nico, take over. Go for it.
Yes. I'd like to add that it's also my first live stream ever, because I've never been able to watch any live stream live before, because in France it's usually the middle of the night or very,
Yeah.
very, very early.
Of course.
So it's been a bit difficult for me to follow these live streams live before. So I'm really, really excited to be here. Really.
Well, we're very happy that you're here. And one of the other cool things about this team that we actually have here, we did not plan this out, but during this Titanic weekend being put on by Paul and Titanic Legacy podcast, I offered to do a lecture about the Diana statue, which, if you haven't heard, on the expedition last year, we rediscovered the Diana Versailles statuette from the first class lounge, saw it for the first time since Bob Ballard took a photo of it in 1986, and we have not seen it since. The team that helped make that happen are basically these 5 individuals, and then plenty more online, another maybe 5 or so more researchers online. But Peter and Nico collectively found the statue in an old video. Matt and Kyle refined the research, and then I was actually on the expedition leading the team of ROVs. So this group here really is a big part of why that happened. So it's very special that we all happen to be here to have that moment together and sort of get to talk about it here during this Titanic anniversary. But oh, thank you. There was lots of emotions yesterday around that. So speaking of people here for the first time, I want to throw it over to your friend, Mike Brady. Mike, this is your first time with us doing a live stream. So what are you excited about? What's going through your mind in these moments?
Well, yeah, there's a lot. I've always watched these, and it's great to be here and be part of it. I wish I could have been there, actually. I wish I could have been there with you guys live, but I'll be on the Queen Mary in July. Now, you know, there's something really moving about seeing this playing out in real time. I mean, it would be great to hear you guys talking about some of the lesser known stories, because there are just so many things that happen, even in, you know, the less active, I guess, moments where from the outside, you know, in that like hour or so, you know, 45 minutes after striking the berg, I think that's probably the period of time that's the most interesting to me, because there's this mad scramble to figure out exactly what's going on inside the ship, checking holds, you know, the dawning realization that things aren't right. So, yeah, I'm excited to kind of go through a bit of that and hear what everyone's got to say. So, yeah, no, look, it is absolutely fantastic to be here. We've got over 4,400 people listening live. I presume you've got the same amount of people in the room with you there. But yeah, no, it's great to be here, and I only wish I could be there with you all.
As people,
devastated about the open bar. I was going to hit it up.
Mike is his voice is being through speakers. He's being heard in this room, and so his voice goes back through our mics just a little bit. So that is why you guys are hearing the echo online. I will try to mute us when he's talking, and same with David. But because it was muted, Mike, you did not hear this big group laugh at your joke, so I apologize. You didn't just
goodness.
get.
I'm so relieved.
Yes, yeah. it was a great joke, and there was laughter, I promise. And then let's throw it over to our other online friend, David Nonini. David's done these before, and this is just another one for him. But I'm excited to hear from David what's going through your mind right now, and what are you going to sort of be providing us throughout the evening?
I am going to be helping with relating where we are in terms of the rescue ships and the communication between Titanic and the different ships that were on the North Atlantic at that time. Basically, all of that kind of when I'm on the spot, I freeze up. And helping keep track of the time on the ship and saying, okay, well, this time Titanic's talking to this ship is en route here, moving this way. All that kind of. Yep. I think this is my fourth one of these I've done. I think I've done the last three, if I'm not mistaken.
That's amazing, and we're very happy that you're back, and we will look forward to your updates. And to both of you, I think next year we'll have to get you here in person for what will be an even bigger Titanic event. I think we'd all love to. Yes, I think we'd all love to have a place we can go every year. Maybe a little Titanic weekend, part 2, THG meetup. We'll have a lot of fun. The last person I need to get to before we get too close to the iceberg collision, we have Peter Harwell. He's joining us for the first time this year. Peter has been helping us for well over a year, 2 years now-ish, with wreck research. Again, he's a big reason why the Diana statue was found and why that expedition was so successful. We had him on speed dial when we were out there in the Atlantic. Peter, what are you looking forward to this evening?
this evening, well, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what notes Matt has come up with. I haven't seen them yet, so it's going to be a surprise for me too, what magical stories we're going to hear.
Oh God.
And then it'll be to interact with our audience here and see how everyone likes this stream at the end of it, see how everyone online is liking it.
Yeah. I was telling my wife before the stream, shout out to my wife for helping us set up. Katie's the best. She wanted to be a one of the panel as well, but it'd be mostly for comedic relief, and it'd be wonderful. But I was telling her before the stream that this is the stream that I think, aside from getting the stream together and making sure that the sound is good and all this, there's been a lot of work with that. But in terms of the content of what we're going to talk about, I have done almost no prep work, and I've done that sort of on purpose because I'm also excited to just sort of moderate, throw it around to different people and hear the various stories that we are going to cover. So if anybody would like to hop in, it is 11:31 aboard Titanic at the moment. We have less than 10 minutes to go. Is there anybody who'd like to chime in and talk a little bit about something that might be going on in our beautiful THG animation?
Well, first, I think we should explain why the time is what it is.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Because
Yes.
there's always confusion every year.
Of
Like,
course.
why is it not this time? Why is it's 11:40 where I am?
Right. So as I understand it, we all know Titanic hit the iceberg at or around 11:40 p.m. But that's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That is Titanic time, which is set throughout the voyage based off of the sun, based off of their location. So that's very specific to Titanic. So Carpathia's time is different. Californian's time is different. And that makes research so complicated because you never know who's talking about when. And even more complicating is the fact that they were turning the clocks back around this time. So some passengers might have already wound their watches for the next day. There's so many different times that you can get. But also we have to keep in mind the lack of daylight savings. And so Titanic was 2 hours and 2 minutes ahead of New York City, correct? And if you take off the hour for daylight savings, not existing at the time, it's more like an hour and 2 minutes. And so for people in New York City, the ship should hit the iceberg at 10:38, your local time. For us in California, in Long Beach, on the Queen Mary, that is 7:38, which is in about 8 minutes. And so it is 11:32 on Titanic, and now you know all the timings, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right to me.
I think that's right. Math is
Okay.
fun.
Math
Yeah.
is fun and terribly confusing when you're planning a live stream around all of this.
I stole that line from David, who just said that.
Oh,
Sorry.
good. Thank you, David, for that. And then also we have our animation, which is set to a certain time, and so it's all a very, very fun game. Something to keep in mind when you see something in the live stream that happens at a certain time, it might be attributed to 1:15 or 1:18. Many of these timings are very close estimates. Everything you see in this animation, we do not claim is without possibility of being wrong. And there's often debate over Lifeboat launch times. Was 6 launched first? Was 8 launched first? There's all these sorts of things. This animation has all sorts of accurate times, and then where we can sort of add our own little research, we try to. So take it all with a grain of salt and come along for the animation. Any other things as we get to about 5 minutes until our iceberg collision? Is there or elision, I guess is what it technically is. But anybody else want to throw in something about where we are?
Well, I guess it's just worth talking about what's going on the ship at this point leading up to the iceberg. Matt, you might be the best one to talk about that.
Well, for most passengers and crew aboard Titanic, right now it's 11:35.
Yes.
Most people are asleep, and even those survivors who will say they felt the iceberg or were woken up by it, They probably were not, and we'll get to that after the collision. But yes, at this point on board Titanic, at this stage, she would be having passengers sleeping at a normal night. It's late at night. You would go to sleep on a ship of this size.
And, you know, this is past 11:30. You imagine people were on this ship all day, having dinner, socializing, walking these long corridors, just being on this ship. I know what it's like to just walk back and forth hundreds of feet.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of that yesterday.
I bet a lot of these people had tired feet, and they just wanted nothing more than to go back to their cabins and get a good night's sleep. And that's what a lot of them would have been doing at this point. And some of them were winding down their nights in the some of the men in the smoke rooms and a few other things. Maybe some of them may have been bathing.
If anyone's ever been on a cruise, you try your best to stay up, to do all the activities you can, but you just get exhausted. And ships haven't changed too much. There's still activities. There was activities back then for the men and for the women to stay up a little late. But right, you can see here a few exceptions to be up at night. Men in the smoking rooms, first, second, third class, of course, had a designated time when they had to go to bed. But the ship is kind of empty. Public rooms are being closed. The lounge is being closed. There's card games in the Cafe Parisien. The band might be playing in the aft reception room on B deck, the trio playing away late into the evening because of tips. There's just a little activity here and there, sporadically throughout the ship.
As we are seeing our first interior shots from our animation, many of these you know and love from Project 401, Demo 401, which is available online for free on our website, by the way. But you can explore a lot of this in that project, but we're seeing some of these spaces that will very soon begin to flood and very soon begin to be a bit more hectic than they are at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, the other aspect to this is that the Edwardian age, you know, people in third class were, you know, a lot of them were laborers. They were used to working hard jobs, long hours, no weekends. And to go to sea like this and have 6-7 days of not having to work, you know, and first class, you know, there's a weird thing on ships like this at sea where there is a real air of the days running together and time not really mattering so much in many ways. So yeah, it's a weird kind of feeling. It's almost ethereal, and you know, this is kind of, you know, getting towards the tail end of the voyage in some ways, and I think people have very much slipped into the routine of life at sea. So it's an interesting time for disaster to strike, because it's just a time when, you know, people will have just been in this lull of just, you know, wake up in the morning, have breakfast, read a book, promenade, you know, have a smoke, listen to the piano, you know, just really relaxing time at sea. For people's lives back then were quite hectic and quite intense in first, second, and third class. So, you know, different to today, but still quite intense. So, yeah, it's just almost an unfortunate time for it to happen, because I think a lot of people have their guard down, and a lot of them are just, like Matt and Kyle said, enjoying the relax.
Now we enjoy the big moment of our anniversary here, 113 years later. I think we'll watch this in a bit of silence as we watch the famous collision with the iceberg. All right, we are underway. I will open the floor to anybody who wants to chime in and talk a little bit about the collision, about the elision. Many people know the iceberg damage to be a 300-foot gash. That's what people often say, but looking back at the inquiry testimony of the designers at Harlan and Wolff, they determined that the iceberg actually created just about 12 square feet of damage, but spread across all the compartments it needed to. We're talking about openings of very minuscule amounts that combined to bring this great ship down.
Well, and it's really interesting just how close the ship was to the iceberg and how close it was to not even being damaged, it seems. When looking on the wreck, on the propellers in particular, there's no damage, there's no nicks that you can see. Most of the propeller is buried in the mud, but what is exposed isn't damaged at all. And that's really interesting because if the iceberg had been grinding across the entire hull of the ship, you would have expected to see some damage there at least. But as it is, it's only just the very front starboard side that gets a little nick. And, it's just, if it was another 5, 12 feet to the left, they would have made it. But as fate has it, they just got that that shave across the starboard bow, and it punctured just enough compartments to doom the ship.
Yeah, and in case you can't visualize what exactly 12 square feet looks like, it's approximately the size of your average door in your house, doorway. And it's not so much the amount of holes that were opened up, it's just where they were located. And it's just one bulkhead, one compartment too many, and that's it.
And it's, in addition to that, where these holes are on the ship, how far below the waterline they were, it meant that even small holes, a large amount of high pressure water was busting into the ship, and you couldn't very easily get into those spaces to perform any kind of damage control because it was flooding so fast and because of the high pressure of the water coming into the ship.
David, over to you.
What I was just gonna say is one of the only places that they could actually see the opening in the side of the hull was viewed by Fred Barrett, the leading fireman in boiler room number 6. He said he was standing 2 feet away from the side of the ship when the side opened up about 2 feet above the plates of the boiler room, and after getting hit with this blast of water, he and the engineer, Hesketh, I think, is who he was talking to at the time, they darted into boiler room number 5 as the door was coming down, And when he got into boiler room number 5, he looked into the open coal bunker forward and could see that the damage had continued to extend past the bulkhead and into the that forward coal bunker 2 feet. He's very adamant that it was 2 feet, and he said that actually, as the ship came to a stop, the water wasn't coming in quite as quickly, and they quickly closed that bunker door to sort of try to manage the water there.
And I know everybody's talking about underwater damage, but I quickly want to talk about there is some reports that we always ignore of ice falling into portholes and portholes being smashed by some passengers on E and D deck. First class passenger Carrie Chafee and her husband were in E31, and they heard a sound as if a chain were being dragged along the ship's side, and they assumed it must have been something with the anchor chains. And suddenly what happened was they saw ice outside their cabin. Philadelphian Emma Bucknell was in D15 on the starboard side. She felt a jar, thunder, and a shock. And then she saw the iceberg pass along her porthole. Even Major Arthur Pushin, getting ready for bed in C-104, he sensed something as if a wave had struck the side of the ship, and he went to investigate. And first class passenger Edward Kimball was in D19, and when the iceberg passed by, and they were standing in the middle of the room, and the first thing he noticed was scraping, tearing, a sound sensation, and then pieces of ice and shavings came through the room's porthole. So there was still some impact with the iceberg above the waterline, but it was nothing as substantial or damaging to the ship. It was just some grazing, probably falling pieces of ice and shivers of little spars that were coming off.
Yeah, and of course we know about the ice that fell on the well deck, the forward well deck, and so it had to have been. It's hard to say what the actual damage was on the wreck. You don't see any major gashes above the waterline or any kind of visible damage. I imagine scratched paint and stuff like that. But definitely it made substantial contact in some way or another, and it did shave off quite a bit of ice.
Yeah, it's a much more destructive event. I know it's one of the most destructive events that we all know, but I think something you'll discover if you're watching a real-time sinking for the first time. I mean, how many people here are watching Titanic sink in real time for the first time? Anybody? Okay, for those of you at home, some hands are going up, quite a few. So this will be your first time seeing this happen in this exact way. And something I think a lot of people take away from it, and I know I did the first time I watched one of these years ago, is when you watch your favorite Titanic recreation, whether it's A Night to Remember or James Cameron's Titanic, these sorts of things, I think it gets embedded in our brain that that's what happened. And yes, we see the iceberg hit and the water goes in the cargo hold and the ice hits the well deck, and that's our understanding of Titanic. And then you watch something like this and you hear something like Matt and Kyle just described, and there's just so much more to it. And I think that's the biggest takeaway from what we do with these real-time sinkings is give you that context. Mike, you wanted to chime in for a moment.
Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite quote-unquote things to learn about the sinking, this time period right now, because here's a ship that is the size of a floating town, made up of multiple departments where, different groups of people, stokers and firemen, cargo, cargo crew, those in charge of the mail room, there's all these different departments who don't necessarily know each other. So it's not a cohesive, in many ways, it's not a cohesive thing. There's not a status symbol on the bridge that says ship is sinking, flashing red, right? So you now have a situation where the officers and Captain Smith, of course, need to figure out exactly what's happening. And there are some really chilling clues that something's really wrong. You have steam that you can see here venting out of the waste exhaust pipes because the engines are effectively stopped, and there's a full head of steam just roaring out at really high pressure because it needs to be vented out, or else there'll be an explosion. So that's tripped the exhaust. But most chillingly, and this is one of my the thing that still sends a shiver down my spine is up at the forepeak, where there can be heard a hissing sound, very light hissing noise, that I think a lamp trimmer, he's up at the forecastle, he hears this hissing, it's coming from a little vent, a little pipe. That means air, for some reason, is being displaced from that tank, which is used to balance Titanic's trim in the water. And he thinks, hey, that's funny, they've opened up that tank when they shouldn't have, maybe they don't know about it. And he endeavors to report it to the bridge. Sam Hemming, David's reminded me. Thanks, Sam Hemming, that's right. That is such a chilling moment because there's water coming in. Why? He doesn't know. It's a spooky moment. So yeah, there are all these little clues that something's not quite right, but it's not a cohesive picture yet. It's going to take some time for Smith and the officers to exactly figure out how serious the damage is and also what's going on and where.
As people are watching our live stream, you may have just seen on the animation that it's 11:50 already. 10 minutes have already gone by, which is wild to me because it's sort of flying by for me already because there's a lot going on here at Mission Control. But there is so much happening so quickly, and we could never cover every little bit of every story because it happens so quickly. But from a passenger's perspective, absolutely nothing is happening, which is a wild thing to truly understand.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Mike was saying just for a second. It's kind of shocking how quickly the forward cargo holds flooded during the sinking. They're almost, if not already, completely full at this point, and I believe water is going to be very quickly soon going into the lower mail store.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I wanted to talk about.
All
next,
right.
Because
Take it away, Matt.
James, you said it was 11:50. It's probably like 11:51, 52.
Probably 51, 52.
right now.
In fact, I can tell you it's 11:51.
It's 11:51, the time of Titanic. Yeah, and the mailroom is beginning to flood, and this is not an untold story by any account. The postal workers are reportedly trying in vain to haul heavy sacks of mail up the stairs to the higher deck. There are some reports that they took the bags of mail all the way to, I want to say, A deck or the boat deck, actually. I think it was a first-class passenger who witnessed them dragging them up. Some of them, probably the registered mail, because that is the mail that was actually secured. You paid extra for it, just like today. But mail bags are heavy, and some of these bags of mail were wet from the water. And so if you get a heavy, wet bag of mail, that's 300 pounds per bag. And so it wasn't just one man dragging one bag, it was probably one or two men dragging up one bag at a time all the way up. And of course, none of the mail workers, the postal workers, survived the disaster.
Including one who I believe wasn't even working. He was just being transported home to the United States because I believe his wife was had taken ill or something
Yes,
along those
and
lines.
another one whose birthday was April 14th, I believe, too.
Awful. Absolutely awful. Folks, what you're also seeing a lot of on screen, just ended, is water falling from decks above. This is sort of a normal thing to us. We've all seen the movie. That happens in the movie. It seems normal, but if you're on a ship that is sinking, water shouldn't be coming down from anywhere. It should be filling up. And so anytime in this animation for the rest of the evening, I encourage you to clock when you see water falling downstairs. That is an indication that water has reached the top of something and is spilling over. That is an indication that Titanic is failing. Titanic is dying in those moments, which I always find quite chilling. And it'll be mentioned on screen in this text later on, when a steward sees water coming downstairs, down the grand stairs, and he clocks that as being not a good sign, which is pretty cool.
And yeah, just to again piggyback off of that, we've all seen the Titanic documentaries where they're like, oh, and the water goes over the top of the watertight bulkhead and cascades back into the ship, and that is what leads to the ship's sinking. That's exactly as a person inside the structure of the ship that you would be seeing is this water that is now filled up the watertight bulkhead in front of you, is topping over it, and then is now coming into the structure of the ship after those bulkheads.
I'll throw it to David. Oh no, I'm throwing it to Mike first. Mike wants to talk a bit.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot which button was my microphone button for a sec. There's this moment in A Night to Remember which always stuck with me, which is where, the mail clerks who've been struggling with the mail to take it a deck higher. Yeah, this is their office. They work here, they know the place well, they're in charge of this mail, and all of a sudden, tons of water is coming in from somewhere. They have no idea where. They just know they have to save that mail. So, like Matt says, they're dragging it up to the deck above. But there comes a point very soon where it's no longer high enough, and the water is up to that deck. And so they are standing there, sort of scratching their heads, looking down, a little bit befuddled. They don't know what to do. And there's a small crowd that gathers around them, and it's a really surreal sight. And they're almost, joking and laughing about it because they don't obviously grasp the seriousness of this. They think, something's happened, but it can't be that bad. But gee, all the mail's going to be wet. They're probably thinking, how are we going to get all this dry over the next few days? This is going to be a real pain. But it's just again, one of these little moments that's playing out as we talk right now, all throughout the forward part of the ship, where things aren't right, and it's painting a pretty disastrous picture, bit by bit.
Go into it, David. You had something to say?
Oh, well, I was just gonna say that even now on the ship, not everybody who's on the crew even knows that there is a problem going on. I mean, Fleet and Lee, let's see, in about 4 minutes, Fleet and Lee will finally be relieved from the crow's nest by Evans and Hogg, the other lookouts, and they had no idea what was going on until they came down. Fleet came down out of the crow's nest and went, and he looked down the hatch into that first cargo hatch, and he could see the water coming in down below, and he was saying that the firemen were coming up and leaving their bundles and stuff sitting on top of this grating while the water's coming in. They could see it coming in from the starboard side below. And in the Marconi room, they have no idea that an accident has happened at all. They know that they're blowing off steam, but that's about it. The first time they find out anything isn't until 12:15, which is another less than 20 minutes from now.
One thing I love about our animation that I think you might be feeling in this room and you might be feeling at home, as Jack Gibson has brilliantly hopped from place to place after you listen to the escaping steam on deck, how loud that must have been, and now we're in these peaceful hallways that in first class and in second class, everything seems all perfectly fine. And now here we are in third class, and water has clearly begun to appear on the floor. There are third-class passengers who have already, in their testimonies, will explain that by this point, we're almost at, we're 2 minutes from midnight, and at least one passenger said around midnight he felt water come into his bed, and that is the most terrifying thing I've ever heard of. So very different experiences from being on deck with the steam, being in first and second class in peace and quiet, being in third class and being wet. So Matt, throw it to you.
Yes. It's nearing midnight, or it's past midnight now?
Almost. I think we're a minute away from
Okay.
April 15th.
Yeah, it's almost April 15th, 1912. And it's the first time I think anyone has brought up the name Captain Smith.
Yes, that's true. We have not said a very untold passenger or
Yes.
crew as Captain
I know I keep saying we're going to talk about people that we don't usually mention, and here I am talking about the most famous captain who ever existed,
Yes.
arguably. But he gets a bad rep because he was the captain of the Titanic. But however, he has already begun preparing the lifeboats. He's not even been told yet that Titanic is officially sinking by the designer of Titanic, who is also on board looking at the damage, but he is taking the preparations to evacuate his ship just in case. This is also a time still where it seems incredible that a ship this size could be doomed, and if it could be doomed, it would take hours upon hours to sync. So just in case, what is Captain Smith doing? He's going to the wireless office to say, call out, we need help. There must be a ship nearby because there's ships everywhere. We'll get help immediately, but let's just get the lifeboats ready to start taking the passengers off. There'll be a ship that comes by soon. We'll start transferring the passengers. This is what we do. So he's taking the necessary steps that he thinks will, I assume, many people assume we'll never know exactly what happened in the mind of Captain Smith, but he's already beginning the proper evacuation procedures for his ship. He will soon find out through Thomas Andrews and other crew members who are investigating the damage that the ship is doomed and does not have as much time as he believes or anyone could possibly have foreseen.
Something we just showed in our animation, especially for those who haven't seen it before, was that long staircase down to water covered in, filled with pieces of mail, it seems. That is a very important part of Titanic's deck plans. That very staircase, I talked about this a lot last year because I'm fascinated by this phenomenon, which is that every crew member and even some passengers know if there's damage in the forward area of the ship and I need to see it soon, the very staircase you would go to is the forward staircase that leads from the D-deck first class cabins, eventually goes down to the squash court and further down to the mailroom. It's one of the few places on the ship that you can see in a straight line multiple decks of that depth. And so many people from Thomas Andrews, Captain Smith, and others, and passengers who are in the know, they go to this location and look down those stairs, and that's what they see are mail clerks with bags and mail coming up the stairwell. So that's a very important place to be. If anybody's standing there, you see a lot of the key players all having the same thought. I'm going to go to the D-deck stairway. I bet I'll see something there. And boy, did they.
So much is happening right now that we completely glossed over the drama that happened in the boiler rooms, which is the power goes off. In boiler number 5, as they're fighting to try to keep the water out, and the lights have already gone on. And during that time, Fred Barrett and the other engineers who were down there ordered to go get lamps to illuminate the boiler rooms. And we've talked about so many other events that we haven't even been able to talk about the fight to try to keep Titanic afloat during the night. As James mentioned earlier, there's so many things that happened on top of the decks, below the decks, around the ship, that it's impossible to really tell it all in a real-time event like this. Lifeboats are going to be lowering at the same time. There's drama and stories that are unfolding everywhere. How do you pick which trumps the other? Honestly, it's tough because this is all real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real events. And a lot of credit has to go to the people down there in the boiler rooms, because if they hadn't got in there and put out the fires, if they hadn't gone in there and started blowing off the steam, there's a very real possibility that there could have been a steam explosion. And it's not been completely ruled out that never happened, but things could have been much worse, definitely, had those men not gone back into basically a room that's flooding, or there's water in there. I would be a little skeptical about going back down into a compartment that's filling with water to try and do something, but these guys did it.
Yeah, it's your job back then.
Yeah.
And these things, they don't just happen, but still, you follow orders or you're going to get the sack.
Exactly.
And they still had to do it, and they're dangerous conditions, and there's nobody protecting you but yourself back then for a long time.
Let me throw it out to our people coming in from afar. David or Mike, would you like to chime in a little bit here as we see lifeboats being launched, which to most of us today, in fact, hold on one sec, Mike and David. I had a conversation with a non-Titanic person. I was telling them about this weekend, and she asked, to tell her a little bit about Titanic. And her reaction to some of the things I was saying was, how could people not be worried? How could people see lifeboats being loaded or prepared and not, like she said, if I was on there, I'd be off that ship in a heartbeat. And I said, you feel that way because of this event. They did not have a Titanic in their past to teach them to be worried and to be very, to not be very optimistic. And so, yes, we feel that way today. But seeing these lifeboats being launched to us is an immediate sign of, oh no, but not necessarily in 1912. Mike and David, go for it, David, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out real quick that, with back then, the closest disaster that they could think of in their memory was the Republic sinking of 1909, and in that one, the ship took so long to sink. It took over a day, I believe, and by that time, other ships, including the Baltic, were able to come and evacuate all the passengers, basically leaving only few crew behind, because captain, last one off the ship, and Jack Binns, who was in the wireless room working that entire time. But it took so long, and the only people who died in that were the people who were killed in the initial collision between the Republic and the other ship. I believe the SS Florida is the name of her. So people, I think, were approaching when this happened. I think Titanic's passengers probably were drawing upon things like that had happened only just a few years earlier, and say, well, that ship lasted. This one's even bigger, even safer. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, there's something about disaster at sea leading up to this point. You'd seen ships lost in collisions like Republic, where something very obviously went wrong. There was a heavy impact, people were awake, the ship sank very slowly, but there was an obvious danger. A lot of the other famous ships before then, like Birkenhead, had been lost in groundings, within sight of shore, in a fog, but there was obviously something wrong. You know what I mean? There was a storm, or there was something like that. Titanic is a big, warm space. All the space heaters are on. It's comfortable. It's pitch black out, and it's dead still, and it's quiet. And there's not this immediate air of danger. We just did an interview with Ken Marshall, who advised on the Jim Cameron film from '97, and they built these big sets. And he said that even with the trim down 6 degrees, so even with the ship sunk down by the bow, you just kind of don't really notice. And it seems really unusual, but again, the ship is so big. Certain spaces, they're disconnected from each other. We, even from the animation in some ways that we're showing now, we have this great, God's eye view of what's going on, but people just didn't have that. We're talking fragmented bits of information, and you've just come out of your cabin, the heater's on and it's nice and comfortable. I really can't can't blame people, I think, for wanting to kind of, figure out what was going on. And I certainly wouldn't be very keen to jump into a 30-foot open-top wooden boat 8 stories above the ocean in pitch black in the middle of the North Atlantic. That would be a tall order, I think.
I'd like to match your Ken Marshall with a Don Lynch. We had the pleasure of getting to meet and hear Don Lynch speak at the Titanic weekend this weekend. A lot of people here got to meet him. And he said similarly, when he was on the set of Titanic, there was a highway in Mexico visible from the set. And he said it was parallel, to the ground. It was just a horizontal highway. And when they started to sink the set, at some moment he didn't believe that the ship was actually sinking. He felt flat as your brain adjusts to your equilibrium adjusts, and then he looked off in the distance and the highway was at an angle, and he knew that's impossible. And that's when it clicked for him. That's why people who survived the disaster in lifeboats said they turned around and looked at the ship as they were leaving and saw such a dramatic angle that the ship was at. It's because their equilibrium had adjusted for it. And then, not to mention the constant, and we all know this, the constant stewards and stewardesses and crew telling people this is just a precaution. This everything is fine. Nothing, this is normal. Things like this happen. The famous story is that a steward said that we've hit an iceberg and the captain wants to make sure she's painted up again before we continue to New York. But a lesser known one is that a steward said, or I think a fellow passenger, I forget, said that we've just cut a whale in two, which I think is awful, but great at the same time. In fact, that may appear on the animation. But we are only 30 minutes from the collision. It is 12:10 in the morning on April 15th. For those of you who it's actually close to that hour, you know how tired you are. And this steam sound, and I think everybody in this room can agree, I'm sick of hearing it. And I can't wait for the exhaust to stop. And I know it's coming up soon, and I can't wait for that moment. But we can feel these things. We can feel that the steam is annoying and that the inside feels so peaceful. It's also so late. Why are we doing this? I'm going back to bed. We are feeling what they were feeling 113 years later.
Yeah, just to continue on to that, yeah, like put yourself in the perspective of one of these passengers. Like the Titanic disaster hasn't happened, so they don't have this as a frame of reference. It's really late at night. They've been out running around all day. They were just woken up by a knock on the door. Hey, put some clothes on, put on your life belt, go up to the boat deck. And you're like, oh, I want to go back to bed. Well, you put this on, you go up there, and it's extremely cold outside. And there's all of this loud noise going on from the steam. They just didn't want to put up with any of that. So, hey, I'm going to go back into the nice warm ship where it's nice and warm and I don't have to listen to this steam sound. So kind of going off of that conversation you'd had earlier, James, with that person, yeah, if you put yourself in those shoes, you can understand why they didn't want to get in those lifeboats.
Yeah, 100%. I want to throw it to Mike to talk a little bit about this evacuation, and it's fun to, not fun, I shouldn't say that, but it's very different and interesting to refer to this as an evacuation. That sounds like a more modern term, and it certainly doesn't look like one. But the evacuation of Titanic has begun, and it's going to be rather unsuccessful, unfortunately. Mike, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, sorry about the echo. I think that's an artifact of having the live audience and that. But that aside, the evacuation plan for the Olympic class, it's an interesting topic because you're right. We think now about evacuation plans on airliners, where it's very clearly marked out. Cruise ships, you have a drill, there's a PA system. We have those things exactly for this reason, because of events like Titanic. I think it surprises people to know that there was an evacuation plan for the Olympic class. And you have to be a little critical of White Star in some ways, because I think it's a little bit telling of how much they thought about safety in the operation of their ships to some extent, that the evacuation plan for Olympic hadn't really been updated for Titanic. It called for passengers in first class to gather on A deck. Of course, Titanic's A deck, half of it's plated over with screens with windows that are very difficult to open. The other thing here is that there's no real coordinated ship-wide effort, although it does take time for the officers and crew to figure out the ship's in serious danger. And there are people being woken up and told to gather in spaces. Whole groups of people are eventually forgotten about and left in the well deck, or left in hallways. There are unmarked escape routes in third class that are open, but it takes time. It's a real hodgepodge. The plan itself, I think, hadn't very much been thought through for Titanic, not that well. So it's kind of like this real Achilles heel. Never mind the fact that there aren't enough boats for everybody on board. Everybody knows that. It's a chilling fact. But the fact that it's so hodgepodge, and in fact, of course, one of the boats is lowered, one of the first boats early on in the sinking, has to be left there for a while. I think it's on the port side, because they realize that, A deck is plated over with screens. We can't get people through those. We'll have to come back to this later. Waste of time. So yeah, I think I have to be a little bit critical of White Star for this because it was poorly thought out, poorly executed. Ultimately, you have to have some allowance for the crew suddenly being confronted with this huge issue. But yeah, I think it could have been handled a lot better throughout the sinking, and we're very spoilt today with ship-wide PA systems, marked escape routes and things like that. You really take it for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. Having worked on a cruise ship for multiple years, and we even, I had the joy of being on these crew drills that we had to do every week, and they took an hour, and you had to stand in the sun. They were awful, and my fellow crew members would roll their eyes and look at me and be like, "Why do we have to do this?" And I would say, "Actually, you all know my background. I can tell you exactly why we have to do this. A little ship called the Titanic is why we have to do this." But we're hearing music for the first time. That's a nice change for us and for the passengers. That's not the direction we should be going, though. You know, we are all relieved to hear some music. We're not thinking of disaster. One thing I always like to point out, always for the people who are joining us for the first time, I want you to clock at this moment. It's 12:15 on deck or on Titanic. I want you to clock that not a lot is going on in terms of really anything, in terms of danger, in terms of the drama of things, and that is going to change at some point. And just stay cued into that. When do you start to see things go awry? But part of the fun of that is if you look at the I guess actually part of the disappointing part of that is if you look at the inquiry testimony of passengers and crew, you'll often hear their story of what it was like when the iceberg hit. And then you'll hear what it was like to board a lifeboat. And they never really talk about the time in between. This is something that we run into a lot on my podcast, Witness Titanic, shameless plug, because there is not a lot going on. And it's one of those things where if nothing significant is taking place, then your memory is just you're not going to remember it. And also the governments don't ask questions. What did you do for the 1 hour between the iceberg collision and you boarding a lifeboat? Oh, we stood around and listened to music. That's not terribly valuable testimony. So this period of time that we're witnessing right now will always be skipped in movies. It will always be skipped in retellings and documentaries because this isn't interesting. I think everybody here will agree this is fascinating to us, but you know what I mean. It's so this is a very valuable part of this Titanic story, between the iceberg collision and some of the first lifeboats going when the drama picks up a little bit more. Kyle?
Well, you say as we all saw or heard rather. Yeah, there's music playing now, which at the first I was confused. I thought somebody's phone was going off, and I realized, oh no, it's the band playing, and. It's an odd thing. The ship is sinking, and these guys are out there playing music. Why did they do that? And does anyone want to say a little something about the band in general?
Matt?
I guess I'll give my opinion on the band.
Sure, please do. Give us that untold opinion.
This is my untold opinion based on some of the songs we know they played and might have played, and given their backgrounds and their ages. One of the songs we do know they played was called, and you'll hear it tonight, everybody, it was called 1 o'clock in the morning, I Get Lonesome, by Irving Berlin. And it just seems kind of funny to think that they might have played that around 1 o'clock in the morning. One of the songs that was found in Wallace Hartley's bag that was attached to his body when his body was recovered was called Ghost Dance. So along with Ghost Dance and 1 o'clock in the morning, I like to think that he had kind of an ironic sense of humor. So he's woken up, presumably, and told that the ship is in danger and sinking or something, and he needs to keep the passengers entertained or calm or something. And so what does he play? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. I guess I'll play 1 o'clock in the morning, I Get Lonesome. And early on in the evening, he was playing ragtime and upbeat songs, so he thought, well, the ship's in danger. How about Ghost Dance?
Wow.
Okay, sure.
I love this. That's a great.
Oh,
there
yeah,
we go.
and a song called "The Merry Widow."
Oh boy.
So
yeah,
you know,
wow.
if you think, it could just be coincidental, but you know, these guys have personalities. The same with
course.
like the guys in the Marconi Shack. They're technically, I think I say this every year, sorry, they're technically the computer nerds of 1912.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and you're definitely not the first to have that sort of connection. I know that I talk about this a lot, Titanic the musical, which is sort of my background, getting, yes, yeah, yay, Titanic the musical. The actor who originated Harold Bride in that, we've talked before, and he's talked about that exact connection, that Harold Bride was the tech nerd of the time, and he really tried to bring that to the show, and he did a fantastic job doing it. We have plenty coming up. We are seeing water in more crew and third class spaces. There's going to be very little water in first class for a little bit longer, and zero water in second class, because if you aren't aware of Titanic's design and general arrangement, second class is basically in one tall vertical tower towards the aft end of the ship. So the second class space probably isn't reached by the ocean until the break, until way late. So if you're a second class passenger, you might not see water reach your living spaces until the very end, which is a frightening thing, as always. We're seeing this hallway shot, and I want to point this out. That tile on the ground you see there, those circular tiles with the black center. When you go to the Titanic wreck and take photos and research the wreck on an expedition like we did last year, those tiles are absolutely everywhere. It is the most prevalent artifact that you will see. You'll see ripped up pieces of metal and pieces of this and that, but you can't go 5 feet without seeing a circular white tile. All the black tiles are gone for one reason or another. Perhaps they're made with a different material or something, but they're all completely gone. You just see these white, they almost look like toilet seats everywhere, is kind of what we first thought of when we saw them. But that's because they're from the corridors, so there was quite a few to go around.
All right, good for you who went on the expedition.
Anyway,
so we just read a note that Thomas Andrews. No, I'm just kidding. We just read a note that Thomas Andrews has informed Captain Smith about the damage to the ship. Thomas Andrews had to do an inspection, and he's seen that the water has gone as far aft as the 6th compartment. So he knew by the 5th compartment, boiler room number 6, that the ship was doomed, and he's gotten the absolute certainty that the ship is going to sink even faster when he sees that the iceberg has damaged into the coal bunker of boiler room number 5. And so this man has now run back to the bridge, presumably to tell the captain. He's run up the grand staircase 3 steps at a time. He's not wasting a moment's notice to inform the captain that this ship is going to sink and that they need to evacuate the passengers as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the famous scene that you often see in the movies, Bruce Ismay is often in that meeting, but there's really no record to think that is the case, so that's kind of a fun
The evacuation to the orders to the officers seems to have been sporadically told. Probably Andrews to the captain then told it to the other officers, and the word just got told slowly. Is one of the officers still asleep at this point, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that low?
Low, I want to say.
He gets woken up by them uncovering the
One of the
lifeboats.
one of the odd things about Titanic is we talk about the passengers who were left behind in terms of knowing what was going on with the ship, but yeah, there's some crew who were oblivious blissfully for a while. I mean,
The men on the docking bridge.
Yeah, the officer sleeping and the docking bridge. He just didn't know what was his name.
Rowe. Quartermaster Rowe.
Quartermaster Rowe out there, not knowing anything's even going on until he's seeing something going by.
He sees a lifeboat go by the back of the ship, and he's like,
And then a rocket,
He calls up the bridge. He's like, "Did you know there's a lifeboat in the water?"
Yep.
Yeah. So and something else that's interesting, you go back and look at the inquiry or the testimony, and I'll encourage everybody to do that. I think the testimony is brilliant. Go back and listen to the officers talk about what they thought was going on. It is worrisome to wonder which officers and which crew members knew the gravity of the situation. Clearly, Captain Smith knows. you would assume Officer Wild and Officer Murdoch, First Officer Murdoch, know, but we will never know because they did not survive. Second Officer Lightholler, the highest-ranking officer who survives, he seems
thanks.
for quite a while not to know. He says in his testimony that he does not know. And there is a testimony of a passenger asking Officer Boxhall, Fourth Officer Boxhall, in the lifeboat, what happened. And Officer Boxhall says, we'll probably be back by breakfast or something similar. So there's reports of officers, high-ranking officers, not knowing what is actually going on. Matt?
It's 12:25 a.m. right now, and that meeting that we were talking about between Thomas Andrews and Captain Smith probably is just happening.
Oh, happening right now.
Yes.
That's great. We're also seeing that boats, that the order to be for women and children to be loaded into lifeboats is beginning around this time or soon after that meeting. When these things happened exactly, we will never know.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly mention something that happened about 5 minutes ago. That's just
Please do.
Yeah, thanks. So an event when we're talking about how the crew are not knowing exactly what's going on and kind of just following orders or unaware of the danger still. There is a seaman down in his quarters, John Pondestry. He went back down to his quarters on E deck to go put on his boots just to finish getting dressed. And he's forward, all the way forward on E deck, as far forward as you can go before you get into like the fireman's quarters. And he's just lacing up his boots, and a wall of water breaks a wooden bulkhead, and he's suddenly stuck up to his waist as the room begins to flood. And he needs to quickly get out of his quarters before he is trapped in there. And so he gets back up out of there, and he gets up to the well deck. He survives. And I believe he sees something else, and I'll get back to you in a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on a pretty significant moment here as things start to really get going here.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Go ahead, Matt.
Pondestry hears Captain Smith give the order, women and children first.
There we go. And that's where that happens. So I'm going to throw it to David because we have a wireless message being sent here, a very important one. Take it away, David.
Yes, right around this time, the wireless room was given the go-ahead by Captain Smith to send out the CQD, and they send it out to just CQD MGY, which is the call sign for the Titanic, and their position, which their initial position they reported was 4144 north, 5024 west. That would later be amended by Fourth Officer Boxhall, who saw that position, and he talked to Smith, and they conferred, and he recalculated their position to the more common 4146, 5014. But the distress call is heard by Cape Race, which is about 380 miles distant, but it's also picked up by the Mount Temple, who tries to respond, but Titanic cannot hear them because of the steam blasting above them out of the funnels. It's also heard by the steamers Asian, Piranga, and actually the Frankfurt, which comes in partway through the message, and they actually don't hear the CQD part at first, that it's a distress call. They think it's just a time check, kind of like an exchange of positions between two ships, which are kind of routine. So he takes kind of he takes his time getting the information to the bridge, or because he doesn't know that there's a distress situation at that moment. I know the Frankfurt's kind of a controversial interaction throughout the night.
Well, something that I think people should know with the wireless situation, we all know that Titanic is doomed. We all know nobody is around to come to their rescue. But something that, what that does to us is it makes us feel like that conversation we were just talking about between Captain Smith and Thomas Andrews, that Captain Smith must know that his ship is doomed and that everyone's going to perish. But it's actually not until they find out that the nearest ship is the Carpathia. That's the moment where everybody the people who are in the know would understand the situation. Right now, the wireless communication, the Marconi wireless, it can still save us easily. There should be ships pretty much everywhere.
And to add to that, right now, James, in the video here, they actually do see a ship off on the horizon, and Smith is like saying, "Hey, get on the lamps, get on the wireless, find out what that ship is, get them over here."
Because it was abnormal at the time to be on a ship at night and not see another ship on the horizon. Speaking from experience working on ships, still to this day, it's hard to be on the ship at night and not see another one on the horizon. These are shipping lanes. They're filled with other ships. So these messages going out aren't even that urgent necessarily, because there's going to be a ship nearby. It isn't until they realize that there are none that the true gravity of all of this must have set in. And we should give a little shout out to Ege Erdogan, who is the gentleman who recorded and put together these recordings that you're hearing of the ship's orchestra. They are gorgeous. We love listening to them, and I'm sitting here rocking back and forth in my chair, just listening to them. They're pretty great.
And there's also this year we have a couple of extra songs that have been written for us for this real time by Leo H. Falcone. So there's a mix of band music, so we can have a more filled orchestra pieces that the ship's band performed that we know and think Wallace Hartley and his band members performed. So before we had some gaps and we filled it in with just some classical pieces, some famous pieces, but this year we have almost all the pieces. There's still three rare ones, two which we've never even heard a MIDI track version of that we're missing, but all the music you're hearing, we believe, played that night that the ship sank.
And this is part of the fun for us from THG. We piece together this sinking every year and try to refine it. And the ship's orchestra, that's a big part of it. Piecing together their final set list, the most famous concert, I think, in at least string quartet or quintet. Like, this is one of the most famous concerts ever, which is pretty cool that it's here on our ship.
James, just to
go
jump
ahead.
in real fast, we can see that they're trying to signal that ship off in the distance.
Oh yeah, we see the
right
Morse
now.
lamp turning on and off. Yeah, they're trying to reach that ship by any means necessary, because that mystery ship is out there, and virtually everyone on board has seen it, or anybody who's out on deck has seen it. And unfortunately, it is adding to their calm. It is adding to their ability to be optimistic, because, oh, there's a ship right there, so clearly nothing is really that bad. But unfortunately, that ship will not get any closer. I feel like we should just also take a moment to give a shout out to the 6,000 people watching on YouTube right now, and the equally large crowd watching here. How wonderful. We love it. Sorry if that was too loud, everybody online. We did not account for the applause.
Lots of enthusiasm here
Lots
tonight.
of enthusiasm. It's 12:33. We're almost at an hour into the sinking, and for those who don't know, the sinking overall is about 2 hours and 40 minutes long. So we haven't reached the halfway point. I encourage everybody to grab a drink, whether you're at home or with us here. Matt seems intent on sharing something with us. What do you got, Matt?
So we're watching the very first people board Lifeboat 7. It's slowly going to begin to happen because passengers, as we know, are not willing to leave the strong, safe, warm, bright-looking Titanic.
And quiet.
And, well, kind of quiet Titanic. Oh, to get into these quiet, small, little dinghies compared to this massive, safe ship. One of the things that are interesting about Lifeboat 7, which will be the very first lifeboat to be lowered off of Titanic, is that the first person to step off of Titanic and into a boat that's lowered, not including a a seaman or a quartermaster who gets in a boat, gets off a boat to get ready, is Helen Bishop. And Helen Bishop gets into Lifeboat 7 and will sit in Lifeboat 7 and will survive the sinking of the Titanic. Unfortunately, Helen Bishop did not take with her her little dog, Frou Frou, who she left in her cabin. She thought about it for a moment as she was leaving her cabin on B deck, and she decided that when she got to the lifeboats that anybody who saw her holding a dog would just look at her badly and think that that would not look well upon her, and they would turn her away mostly. So little Frou Frou was locked in the cabin on B deck when Titanic went down. I'm sorry to say.
Matt, how could you? How could you? We have at least tell us
Okay.
about a dog that survived,
Okay,
please.
but
We
that's
need a
okay
happy story
because
now.
Margaret Hayes gets into Lifeboat 7. Margaret Hayes gets into Lifeboat 7, the same lifeboat, I believe, unless I'm mistaken or my notes are wrong. And Margaret Hayes has with her Bebe, and that is a dog that survives.
Yay.
There we
Yes.
go. Thank God for Bebe.
I'm looking at me and the team have been researching the dogs for about five months now because we were going to make a video about it and I keep pushing it back. So we have a lot of dog information.
So expect a dog video soon
soon.
from the team.
Yeah, and expect a video game about the Titanic soon too.
I think there's some chickens in there too.
There are some chickens in the video as
Yes.
well.
Oh yes, we've got chickens on board. We've got dogs on board. No cat.
There's
No
no
cats.
cat on board.
I
Sorry
am
to
so
crush
glad
your-
there are no cats.
Yes, no
That
cats.
would just be so.
Kyle, don't worry. Kyle's a cat person.
Yes.
Anyway, back to
Back to reality. Let's all
back to
settle
the-
down a little
to
bit.
the,
Sorry.
Yes, we have lifeboats being loaded.
Oh, so sorry, James. This was an
Go right
interesting fact that I wanted to talk about because I forgot that it even happened, but it seems that we did put it in you put it in the text for the animation. So I guess egg on my face.
Oh, what's that?
That's Lifeboat 7. The Astors were about to get in the lifeboats, but
Yeah.
at the last second, they
It is an
turned away.
untold story.
Yes.
John Jacob Astor very famously. And here, we have a first shot of Carpathia, which we added this last year. We were very excited to bring the other ships into the mix here. There's shots of Carpathia. You'll see shots of Californian, and I think even a few others. So very cool that we have Carpathia coming along. But yes, John Jacob Astor very famously, well, not terribly famously, but richest man on the ship. He loads his wife Madeline into Lifeboat 4. And it asks, may a gentleman come along? You know, his wife was pregnant. Certainly it's not outrageous to let me come along. And he's turned away by Officer Lightholler, women and children only, of course. But what people don't know is at this moment, he was offered a spot in a lifeboat. And at the last second, he grabbed his wife and pulled her back from the boat. They decided to stay on board. So there was a moment where the richest man on the ship had his shot and he missed it.
Yeah, there's a lot of couples who get off on Lifeboat 7.
Yeah, because it's the first boat. There's nothing. Yeah,
There's
and-
barely anybody in Lifeboat 7.
And this is a boat that Officer Murdoch is loading. And
Yeah.
for those of you who don't know, Officer Murdoch, you'll see it in this animation.
Yeah.
The boats on his side of the ship, which tend to be the odd-numbered boats, they will be launched with men on board, and they'll be launched a little bit more full because it's women and children first. But if there's men there, you can board. Lighthauler, who's on the other side of the ship, more or less the even boats. There's no men allowed unless they're crew, with very few exceptions. And so on those boats, they're a little bit less filled. And so you do not have a shot as a man on this ship unless you know which side of the boat to go to. And unfortunately, we know this now, but they certainly didn't know it then.
Right.
David, would you like to hop on in here? Because we're seeing quite a few messages between RMS Titanic and Carpathia, her eventual rescue ship.
Yeah, I can jump in real quick. At this time, Titanic has made contact with Carpathia, the ship that comes to her rescue. She has also made contact with a number of other ships. Mount Temple is en route to them already. The Frankfurt still has not gotten back to them. An interesting thing, because we've mentioned the light on the horizon, and I heard you mention Carpathia, not Carpathia, Californian, is that in about 5 minutes or so, Cape Race hears Titanic call Californian directly, giving them their position and saying that they require assistance. And as far as I know, that's the only ship I could think of that they tried to directly call out that didn't try to reach out to them first in the line of messages that were being exchanged that night. So I find that a very interesting sort of some more evidence in that Californian was that light that they were seeing. That because they also remembered that California tried to contact them, warn them about the ice, and they deafened them. So they probably thought, hey, maybe we should try them because they seem to be nearby. Just an interesting that they specifically tried to call that.
With lifeboat number 7 being launched, our very first lifeboat, and it's 12:40. It's 1 hour in. We are 1 hour into the sinking, and we have our first successful bit of evacuation. And as you see in this text, roughly 28 passengers and crew have been evacuated in this boat, and the other 2,180 remain behind. Mike, I'll throw it to you to speak a bit on this.
Yeah, so one of the things I was interested in here is, reluctance of people to get into the boats. So the davits, the Welland davits, they're made in Sweden, designed by Axel Welland. Double-acting davit, they were designed to take a second row of boats from the boat deck. Most Titanic enthusiasts know that. It's also become a common bit of knowledge that the same company, Welland, manufactured davits for the movie Titanic in 1997. They beefed them up, and Ken and Don and all the others watched in horror as when they were loading the prop fiberglass boats, only partially loaded, the davits were bouncing up and down, flexing and bending. Now this is visible to all the people standing on the boat deck watching these boats lowered by hand, jerking their way down. Obviously, there were some moments early on in the evacuation where the boats were almost tipped out, that kind of thing. Now this is all kind of common knowledge. What isn't common knowledge is what happened to Olympic in 1913. March 1913, she went into refit, and she was being tested. Her davits were being tested. They were single-acting Welland davits. The boats were loaded with a full load of weights representing about the weight of 50 people. And they swung out, and one of the davit arms began to bend. And it bent down and around. Now, these davits stand about a story tall, almost. The davit bent down and around until the tip of it was almost just above the boat deck. Then it failed and snapped entirely. And then the second davit broke as well, and the boat fell stories into the water. So, first of all, the reluctance for passengers to get into the boats is entirely justified. Second of all, the reluctance for the crew to overload the boats. In the film, there's that line where Lightoller says, "We were afraid the boats will buckle." The boats were very sound. They were heavy, clinker-built wooden boats. But it's those davits. The patent for the Welland davit was only put in 1907 in the US. So this is actually a new piece of technology that isn't very well known. That's one of Ken's paintings being beautifully recreated by Jack there. The Welland davit was a new piece of tech. It was kind of untested by that point. Radial davits were the order of the day through the majority of the 19th and early 20th century. And it seems like those fears were later justified in March 1913 with that test on Olympic. So reluctance from passengers, reluctance from the crew, and it totally makes sense because, again, it's pitch black. You've got this awkward, jerky process and these pieces of machinery that Swedish inventor has come up with that people don't entirely trust at this point. Fortunately, in Titanic's case, they performed quite well.
And something that everyone, consider me the part of the stream where I always tell you how you should be thinking about these things from a more modern perspective. It's kind of my favorite thing. But with these lifeboats, we see them the way they are portrayed We know the stories of Titanic's passengers and how they don't want to get on board, and they want to stay inside because they're, little first-class passengers who can't be out in the cold and they need their tea. Like, that's how we see it. But I ask you to consider getting into a lifeboat that is dangling a few stories over the water. And keep in mind, the further aft you are, the higher up you are. So, Lifeboat 7 is only 4-ish stories off the water. But if you're in Lifeboat 15, you're a massive building out of the water. And not only are you being asked to get in the lifeboat and be lowered, but you also know that you're going to be lowered by hand by 2 guys with rope. There's no mechanical element of this. There's no motor that's going to gently let you down. Nico.
Yes, and obviously the scene here has been made lighter so that we can see what's happening. But for the passengers, it would have been totally dark. They wouldn't have been able to see the sea below them. So it's
That's very true.
absolutely terrible for them.
And this shot is one of Jack's best. I think we all can agree. It's a bit of a recreation from the '97 film. There's a moment like that. We have our first distress rocket. And this is around the moment that Quartermaster Rowe on the poop deck all the way aft. This is when he's going, is there something wrong? This is his first. He's just now realizing he's one of the last crew members to make that realization because of Lifeboat 7 and because of the rocket. But yes, a big shout out to all of our Titanic Honor and Glory fans who are always asking us to make a version of this sinking with the proper lighting, aka you sit there and watch it and you can't see anything. I understand, and it'd be fun to do it one day just for fun, but this is lightened so you can see things. But it is very dark because there is no moon, as we all know, but also light bulbs at the time aren't very bright. They're very hot and they're a little bit dim. So this is just way too bright of a recreation, but we do it for your viewing enjoyment. Matt?
Yeah. I'm going to jump away from the rockets and the lighting it went away. But talk about that lifeboat that was being lowered there, lifeboat number 5, and talk about its drama and struggles to get to the water. Lifeboat number 5, which is going to be lowered with 36 out of 65 seats occupied, so only half. As it begins to descend, there's some first-class passengers, 2 brothers, the Frothinell brothers, Dr. Frothinell and his brother, believe that the ship's machinery is the problem, and they're worried that the ship might blow up. So they just, because that is more common than a ship hitting an iceberg and sinking. Engine problems, boiler problems, the boiler sitting in the cold could explode. So they decide that it's best for the safety of them to jump in the lifeboat. One of them is larger than the other, by all accounts, and they land on first-class passenger Annie Stengel, and he dislocates one of her ribs, injuring her. This upsets the passengers in the lifeboat. Some of them scream to throw him out of the lifeboat, while one of the other officers say that they will stop him. I'll go down and get my gun to threaten him. But that's probably Officer Lowe who has the gun, because Officer Lowe, I believe, is the one who is around Lifeboat 5, and it is. The other drama that's happening with Lifeboat number 5 is that it's not lowered straight. It's not lowered level. One end tilts while the other is still being held up in the falls, and they have to stop and try to correct it.
Yeah, like I mentioned, there's no machinery to lowering this, which would probably be designed to do it evenly. These are 2 men trying to match each other's pace and let out the lines at the same rate, and it's not always successful. And it's, in fact, I believe an officer said in testimony that in harbor, in completely calm water, in the middle of the day, when conditions are completely perfect, he has seen lifeboats get spilled out and all of the crew members during a drill tossed into the water because they couldn't do it correctly. So the fact that not all 20, but most of the lifeboats, every lifeboat that is lowered, does successfully reach the water with only some headache at times, but most of them do so pretty well. So sort of a little shout out to the men who lowered these lifeboats by hand. Many of them staying on the ship longer and longer to do the next lifeboat, the next lifeboat. I'm sure they'd like to get in a lifeboat themselves, but they've got to keep on deck with the officers. So shout out to them for doing a really good job, honestly. Kyle?
Yeah, earlier I think you said something along the lines of because the evacuation didn't save everyone, that it was ultimately unsuccessful, which, of course, given what they were working with and the time they had and the people they had to do it with and the lack of experience for some of the people doing it, the evacuation went about as well as it probably could have under the circumstances.
Yeah, completely agree.
This is turning into like a sorry to say this, a political debate, because you can't see this at home, but we're all like holding up our hands to say like, oh, we want to take a turn, we want to take a turn.
yes,
I got
yes,
one. I got
Yes,
one.
but before I pass it to Nico, I just want to say quick. I want to wrap up Lifeboat 5. A good story that comes out of Lifeboat 5 that we don't often hear is that probably after the ship sank, there's two people in the lifeboat, Carl Burr and Helen Moneypenny are in the lifeboats. Carl Burr, I believe, I hope I'm getting the story right, sailed on Titanic. He knew her well, following Helen aboard the ship. And so they got off on the lifeboat together. And in the lifeboats, after Titanic sank, he decided this is probably the best time to do this. He proposed to Helen to marry him. And they said, they got married. So yes. So he took the chance, and she said yes, and they got married after the Titanic sank.
Well, no time like the present.
No time like the present, I suppose. So yes, that's a good story. I suppose a good story to wrap up with Lifeboat number 5.
And just to jump in for 1 second, right now we can see that, yeah, the water has started coming over the tops of some of these watertight bulkheads, is now flooding some of the compartments that were never damaged further aft in the ship.
Mm-hmm.
That was exactly what I was going to.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
Say. Yes, you're actually seeing the water overflowing E-deck and coming back into another new compartment next to the swimming pool.
Yeah, the
actually.
Turkish bath is
The
now
Turkish
flooded.
bath and now
And I know
flooded,
the very
yes.
famous Turkish bath, which is pretty well preserved on the wreck,
Yes.
all things considered, is currently experiencing oxygen for the last time. One thing I want to point out, and this is typical THG. This is our ongoing think tank of researchers, which I also find very unique in the Titanic community. We have a very large group of very high-level researchers and experts that work as a group. And so we're doing this live stream, and one of our researchers, Josh Noble, is at home watching and listening, and he had to throw in a little thing about the Welland davits that we were just talking about, the lifeboat davits. He says that Welland, the company, actually recommended that davits start to be installed on a deck midway down the ship instead of on the boat deck, as you see here. And this is how cruise ships are to this day. Lifeboats are positioned way closer to the water to avoid this catastrophe that we are seeing. So shout out to Josh for throwing that to us, because that's a very cool...
Yeah, Welland's suggestion was ignored for like 50 or 60 years. And, Stephen Payne, when he's talking about the Queen Mary too, he had to get an exemption to get the boats that high up. And if you actually look on Queen Mary 2's profile, they're, like midway up the hull. They're not in the superstructure. So yeah, rules and regulations now very, very strict on this kind of thing for exactly this kind of reason. That's a really good point, Josh. Very interesting.
Yeah, I want to say thanks quickly before we get back to Titanic. Like you said, James, thanks to Josh. No, you didn't cut me off, Mike, don't worry. Thanks to Josh and all the THG researchers and everyone who's helping out behind the scenes right now. I made the joke once before, our list of help would go on longer than this real-time animation, and we don't have... I don't have a way to thank everybody who's helped us to try to do what we do. It's a team effort it's incredible, the love and dedication to just remember this event and the people. I think everybody who's right here right now understand that, because you're all sitting here on an old Oceanliner up into the hours of almost 11 p.m. just listening to a bunch of nerds talk about a disaster. So you guys get it, you know, I guess I just got to reiterate that to the 6,000 people listening who are probably, and some of them are going like, how did I stumble upon this?
Yeah.
And some
Yeah,
of them are
this
probably
is-
also like, yeah, I wish I was on an old ship
Oceanliner,
watching
yeah.
this.
And some of them are like, what's an Oceanliner?
It's very fun to be here with you all. A big thing for me is over everyone's heads behind us are portholes, and out the window is a night sky, and it really brings. We've never done this on a ship before,
Yes.
right? Yeah. We did it from the Titanic artifact exhibit last year, but we're having a blast doing this here with you guys, and so thanks for making the trip out. How many people came from out of state? I would say over half.
That's the
That's
over
the
half
vast
the
majority.
people.
That's a
Majority came out
majority
of
of the people
state.
here. So thank you. Yay. All right.
And for,
It
and for
is-
reference,
Oh, go ahead.
California is a big state.
Yes,
It's
it is a big state. So some
Yes.
of you might have been in state and came from
Yeah,
farther than
there's a
other
few
people
people
who
that live
didn't.
here.
yeah.
And it's also fun to be in the state that is the namesake of the mystery ship,
Oh, yeah.
potentially. But I do want to say something important. It'll come up on the screen because it's tough. I keep wanting to say things that I know I wrote in the descriptions. But we're coming up on 1 a.m. Titanic time. So if we're about 5 minutes from 1 a.m. And this is a significant moment because we are 1 hour and 20 minutes from the iceberg collision, and we are 1 hour and 20 minutes from Titanic disappearing for the last time. So we have reached the halfway point, more or less, or we are about to reach the halfway point. And when we reach that halfway point, you'll see the stats on the screen of how many people have been successfully evacuated. And before those numbers come up, I ask you at home and everybody here to think, how many people would you hope have made it so far? We all know that it's not a great number that survive out of 2,208, but certainly they don't have 1,000 evacuated. But I would hope that we have, I don't know, 300, 400 would be a good number. So pick that number in your mind, and then we'll see what the number really is here in a second. Matt?
Yes. So quickly right now, there are 2 lifeboats that are going to be launched roughly around the same time. That's lifeboat number 6, which we saw in the animation, and lifeboat number 3. I think it is around exactly the same time. It's going to happen a couple of moments throughout the night where lifeboats are launched simultaneously, and we're going to have to jump around. Lifeboat 6 we know is famous because of Margaret Brown. It needing another passenger as well to help man the boat, and Arthur Pushin jumps onto a fall line and goes down to help out. But I want to talk about one passenger who more or less sneaks into lifeboat number 6 and becomes the first third-class male passenger to get off of the Titanic. And that is, and I apologize to everybody when I try to pronounce his name, Fahim Alzam Ini gets off on lifeboat number 6. He finds a way, which is rather impressive, to get into lifeboat 6 by Officer Lightoller and probably Captain Smith and Quartermaster Hitchens to get into the lifeboat. Where this is the port side of Titanic early on. He found his way up to the boat deck from third class. He knows that the situation down below is precarious. There's water flooding, and he escapes Titanic. Lifeboat number 3, which is lowering at this time, on board lifeboat. Oh, also the last thing that happens in lifeboat number 6. Sorry, just to talk about some things that we don't hear about lifeboat number 6 because the most famous, the famous things that occur are again Molly Brown being in lifeboat number 6. Mrs. Candy, Helen Candy, who is a first-class passenger. She unfortunately walked over the rail into the boat and she fractured her ankle while boarding the boat. It's still a dangerous thing to bridge the gap between the lifeboats and Titanic. So, especially if you're a first-class lady wearing the fashions of the day, the hobble skirt, for example, it's called that for a reason. You have to hobble to be walking around. So you have to kind of just take some of the first-class ladies. We'll bring up our favorite character of the night eventually, Edith Rosenbaum, when we get to her lifeboat. But they were just tossed into boats. Lifeboat number 3. I know we're talking I upset you all when I first talked about the dog, little Frofro, but in this lifeboat is Sun Yat-sen, a dog who will survive the night again. So that's another dog who will survive with their owner, the Harpers.
Yay.
Thank God. We need
Yes.
more stories like that.
Yes.
I want to point out that if you want to hear more about Lifeboat 6 and Fahim, the third class passenger to escape, my next episode of the podcast
It's about
covers
Fahim?
that because
Oh.
my guest for my next episode was in that lifeboat, but I won't
All
ruin
right.
the
Oh, wait.
surprise. So we're about to come up on this this halfway point, and we'll see the stat here in a second. I just want to point out the chat has been sending their guesses for how many people they would hope have been evacuated by this point. It's somewhere between 400, 500, because about 700 survived. So 400, 500 is the number I'm seeing a lot. And I think we'll see it here in a second if anybody wants to hop in. Oh, in fact, I would love to throw it here to David in a second. David is bringing up some points here to me about the Californians seeing rockets, and I'd love for him to touch on them here. Hopefully the stat's going to come up in a second, but we'll throw it to David, and you guys can all see the number when it comes up here. David, could you tell us a little bit about the officers on the Californian, the nearest ship to Titanic, by all accounts? You can let us know.
Yeah, so around it was around 12:57 a.m. on Titanic, and when Second Officer Stone, who was the officer on duty or the officer to watch aboard California, and that was the first time he saw a rocket on the horizon. Almost an hour earlier, Ernest Gill had been on the deck and saw the first rocket go up. So I guess maybe Stone just didn't see it the first time, and that he just happened to be looking in the direction this time when that rocket went up. He said he saw it off their starboard beam. And I've done these charts and diagrams where I show how Californian rotated with the current in relation to Titanic, and at that time Titanic is basically dead on the starboard beam of Californian. If you just take the rotation of California and what they said, where they were pointing and all that, to me there isn't too much doubt in my mind that it was Californian, but again, we'll never be able to say anything with 100% certainty. But
Matt?
he goes on to see another 8 rockets launched before they disappear.
I wanted to jump in really quick and kind of mention what we can reasonably speculate is going on down in the boiler rooms at this point. They've stopped letting off the steam quite a while ago, but boiler rooms 4 and 5 are in some sort of operation still, and those boiler rooms are what is providing the steam to the electric dynamos, and that's keeping the lights on in the ship. The forward boiler rooms would have been evacuated and their fires put out by this point. Boiler room 1, their boilers were never lit, so it was not in operation. But boiler rooms 2 and 3 were probably still in operation up until the end, and those are the boiler rooms that are producing power for the ship right now.
Matt, you want to?
Oh yeah, I wanted to chime in real quick, but I missed my chance. It was 1 o'clock, and 1 o'clock in the morning, I Get Lonesome was playing.
Oh, was it?
But
Great.
we've just, now the song that's playing is Ghost Dance, everybody. So if you can hear it, it's Ghost Dance.
It does sound a bit ominous. for
Yes,
sure.
that's Ghost Dance. But I wanted to also piggyback onto trying to contact the mystery ship and how we spoke about Roe being on the back of the ship at the docking bridge. At 1 o'clock, he was still kind of, this is when he's finally decides to do something with Quartermaster Bright, because they see the lifeboat and a couple of rockets, and they're like, all right, let's pick up the phone. And let's call the bridge.
What's going on? There's a
Yes.
lifeboat.
Yeah, and Forest Officer Boxall calls and said, bring up the rest of the rockets. So now they have to get more rockets from below and bring them forward. A couple of other things are happening around this time on Titanic at 1 a.m., which are interesting to talk about. if you've been aboard Queen Mary, there are a number of small, I say smaller in quotation marks, smaller staircases which have these winding stairwells with a well in the middle. Titanic's second-class staircases were similar, except one of them had an elevator in the middle. Second-class passengers loved that elevator a lot. Unfortunately, on the night of the disaster, the elevator did not work, so they all had to take the staircase up. So they were crowding the second-class elevator, the second-class staircase to get their way up to the boat deck. So there's a huge crowd at the stairwells. Also, what's going on right now in the first-class smoke room, there's still a card game going on with our friend Major Archibald Butts and a bunch of other men. And I believe that we just have a lifeboat being launched now, so it's 1:05 a.m.
Yes,
and it is Lifeboat 8. And there's, thank you. There's a couple of things also that I want to touch on really briefly. Jack Thayer, who we will also talk about, we have to talk about Jack Thayer throughout the night a little bit. But he will be spotting Thomas Andrews, who will reply to him after he's asking him, how long will the ship survive? Thomas Andrews will say, not much over an hour to live. Thomas Andrews, who has now become the director of the design for Harlan Wolff, who knows how this ship was built, doesn't put that much faith into her to believe that she will last that long initially. And as we know, Titanic survives for 2 hours and 40 minutes, but he gives her less time than she actually has, which I always want to say gives credit to the builders of the ship, that she survived longer. Gives credit to the men working down below to try to save her just a bit longer.
Well, and to add to that a little bit, after the sinking, during the inquiries, they reran the calculations and figured out that, hey, Titanic was designed to survive its forward 4 bulkheads being breached in some way, and that's what Andrews understood. But during the inquiry, they figured out that, oh, hey, you could actually have 5 bulkheads breached, and the ship would have still barely stood afloat. Unfortunately, it was that 2-foot nick into boiler room 5 which doomed the ship. That little breach into the coal bunker is what allowed that little extra amount of water to be added into the ship that allowed water to cascade over those bulkheads.
And finally, to finish up with the 1 a.m. Oh, look, a rocket.
There it goes.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And what sounds like the can is playing in the background, which I think is technically, we call it the can, but it's some other song which I can't find on my list.
It's a song.
Orpheus in the Underworld,
there we go.
which is also in the movie Titanic, which I claim is my favorite movie of all time, and now I'm embarrassed. At 1 a.m., lifeboat number 1, or not 1 a.m., I apologize, everybody. 1:06, lifeboat number 1 is lowered. Lifeboat number 1 is famous for being the lifeboat that has the least amount of passengers aboard, for being a boat that has a capacity of 40, but there's only 12 people aboard. The people who are most famous in this lifeboat are the Duff Gordons, Sir Cosmo and Lady Duff Gordon, along with their secretary, Laura Francatelli. They always get they always look bad for this evacuation. Of course, Sir Cosmo just asked the officer, who happened to be the man of the night who was trying to fill up the lifeboats as fast as possible, Officer Murdoch, who was putting in men, women, and children. He asked him, can everybody get in? And he said, please do. There's also another first-class passenger, Charles Stengel, who approached the boat and wanted to get in. So, and finally, another first-class businessman, Abraham Solomon, who boarded the lifeboats with Murdoch's permission. So it's not that what was often portrayed earlier in the day, that Sir Cosmo bought his way into the lifeboat and made it his own lifeboat. There was just a couple of passengers around at that time, along with some firemen. and those were the only ones who happened to get into the lifeboats, and it was just a small amount compared to that full capacity that could have been fulfilled that night. And it's still sad. It's still unfortunate, but
Yeah, one of the fun things to dive into is various passengers describing lifeboat launch times, lifeboat capacities, all these sorts of things. You'll often find officers probably exaggerating how many people are in the boats. You'll find passengers with no real reason to exaggerate still being completely wrong. But across the board, everybody who gets in a lifeboat, or not everybody, but a lot of the people who get in lifeboats, they'll describe that their boat was full when it was
Yes.
launched. I want to tell you who, but I want you to go find out for yourself. But the guest on my next episode of my podcast, Witness Titanic, is what it's called. I forgot to mention it a few times. But he mentions that the boat was full up. I suppose it could have taken one or two more around me. And that same lifeboat arrives at the Carpathia less than half filled. And he said it was full up. And now is that, he's a member of the crew, is that him covering for his superior officers and the job they did? Or is it that these lifeboats just look a lot more full than we think? And I suggest you go back and look at James Cameron's film, for example. Find a lifeboat being launched. They put similar numbers of people in the boats as they should, and a lot of them look way more full than you would imagine them to be.
James, I just wanted to jump in real fast. We just saw the coal bunker bulkhead in boiler room 5 give way and flood the rest of that boiler room. Unfortunately, I don't know if any of members of the crew before this point had passed away, but at this point, that's probably the first 2 crew member victims of the sinking. There was two men in there who were working to activate a pump, and unfortunately they got caught in the tidal wave and did not come back out of the water.
I know Mike wants to hop in with, I believe, that same story, if he'd like to throw in his 2 cents.
Yeah, so it's a tragic situation because so Jonathan Shepard, who was assistant junior second engineer, junior assistant second engineer, Boiler Room 5 was kind of like the battleground to save Titanic. Pumps had been rigged, there was steam, it was a choking environment, there were manhole covers open all over the place, access covers into the double bottom. The double bottom was 6 feet tall, right? So they're rigging these pumps up. In the mist, in the confusion, Shepard stepped in one, slipped into one, broke his leg. And he was carried in pain into one of the little adjoining pump rooms out of the way of the commotion and what was going on. And that bunker that was the bulkhead of Boiler Room 5, it's just not designed to be watertight, but it's taking on water because it's been nicked by the berg. And very unexpectedly, whether it was the bulkhead itself or the door that failed, but there's this colossal rush of water that we saw in the animation. And yeah, it is a tragic story, but Shepard, who was left behind in the pump room, of course, was never seen again. So it's a poignant moment because this has now turned from an incident into a fatal tragedy, and of course things are only going to get much, much worse over the next hour or so.
Something I'd like to point out, I've been feverishly doing the math because I don't believe it's appeared on screen as I thought it was. It's been a year since I watched this, so I apologize. But when I asked you to ask yourself at the halfway point, how many people would you like to have seen evacuated? People were saying 300, 400, whatever. If you go back and look at the few lifeboats that have been launched by that point, the numbers are rough estimates, but it's about 119 people. There's still 2,000 plus on board, almost 2,100 still on board, which is a frightening realization. And again, I encourage you to look at that ship. It doesn't look that bad yet. It looks bad to us because we know things like this can happen. But to the Edwardian Society of 1912, that ship is still in great shape. Their equilibrium is allowing them to completely forget that the ship is slanted at all. And we're past the halfway point. and things are only going to exponentially get worse. And perhaps someone else can speak on this better than I can, but there is a moment, and we talked about it this week with one of the speakers at this Titanic weekend, Brad Payne, who wrote a great book on the topic. There's a moment where the water is filling these compartments and Titanic's bow is dipping, but there is a moment where it does seem to stop because the water does sort of reach the tops of compartments and it seems okay, but there's the design of Titanic's watertight bulkheads sort of allows the passengers to get lulled into a false sense of security, and then it really takes off.
Right, and especially what helped passengers feel safe with Titanic is her older sister ship, Olympic, which a year prior, got in a collision with a British warship, the Hawk, and it survived. If you get hit by a mighty British warship, you would assume your ship would sink, but Olympic, it seemed like it was fine. It suffered no damage whatsoever. And that's because of the watertight compartments, all the marvelous safety innovations, etc. So this was present in the minds of passengers, along with the stories of the Republic. Everything, is just, along with this, lulls everyone to a false sense of security. Besides the fact that the ship isn't just suddenly listing over like other ships will do in the future. Like David's saying here, and I'm going to steal it from him. Like Lusitania, Empress of Ireland, and for some reason, Titanic's soon-to-be sister ship, Britannic, they all by now at this point
Very quickly
turn
list
over and sink.
Yeah, those ships are all. If those ships are the real time we're watching, we're gonna be
done.
We're already at the
It's already
bar
down,
getting more
yeah.
drinks. Those real time sinkings are over. Titanic's sinking being 2 hours plus is an anomaly of the genre of sinking. It's really astounding. And I bet as a crew member, you're sitting on this ship going, of course everything's fine. I've been on ships. I've been on sunken ships. Everything must be fine because the ship hasn't rolled over yet.
We're not heavily listing. We're not in
Exactly.
the water yet. It's been a long time.
It's really, really remarkable that the ship, there's documentation that the ship is listing to one side or the other, to port or to starboard, by a few degrees, certainly. And that's exhibited best by the fact that the lifeboat's on one side of the ship. There's a huge gap between the lifeboat and the side of the ship that people have to sort of jump. And on the other side of the ship, the passengers have to push their lifeboat away from the hull just to get down to the water. So the ship is certainly leaning. But go look at any of the great real-time sinkings out there from Lusitania, Britannic, any other ship. This is a cakewalk in comparison to the listing that those passengers are experiencing, where lifeboats are literally not able to be launched because it's so drastic.
Speaking of the ship listing slightly, everyone wants to, of course, bring up the coal fire when that contributed to the Titanic sinking. Actually, in factuality, it may have helped Titanic stay on an even keel during the sinking. That coal bunker fire, they had taken coal from the starboard side and moved it over to the port side. This gave the ship a slight port list. But we all know that the Titanic hit the iceberg on the starboard side. And that caused the ship to basically counter flood, which evened the keel out from this port list. Had the coal still been on the starboard side and had the iceberg damage still occurred to the starboard side, it could have, upset the equilibrium of the ship just enough to have it list over onto its starboard side. But everyone wants to say, hey, the coal fire caused the ship to sink, and actually, in some ways, it probably prolonged the ship's life.
Absolutely. And so you can tell your friends that who are talking to you about coal fires, okay? No more of this coal fire talk.
I need to quickly mention a lifeboat that was lowered, lifeboat number 9. I think that's the one that's still lowering. It was lowered down to the A-deck promenade, which was the original intention for where the lifeboats will be filled, as Mike mentioned before. The forward half had the problem of it being enclosed, but the aft portion still had the open air in the way that the passengers could quickly and easily, unless you're a woman wearing a skirt, climb over the rail and into the lifeboats. But one thing that they did not have an easy way of doing to fill the lifeboat was that they barely could find any women on the starboard side to fill this lifeboat, because it was pretty much abandoned on this side. So the crew had to go to the port side to find people to fill this lifeboat. It took them a while to do so. And one interesting passenger in lifeboat number 9, her name was Rosa Pinsky. She was a passenger who survived, but unfortunately, she was killed in World War II. Basically a victim of the Holocaust. She died in the Volvin massacre. That's just a sad tidbit about Miss Rosa Pinsky.
Wow. That's a story I had never heard, so I can attest to that this is that's a very sad story. Speaking of World War II, or speaking of World Wars, I suppose, Violet Jessup getting her moment in our sinking,
yes.
as she always gets. Violet Jessup is a classic story that you can all look into. I want to point out, while the number didn't appear on screen when I thought it did, but there it just did a minute ago. We're down to Titanic's final hour. We only have 1 hour left of this real-time sinking, and there is only there's 195 people have been evacuated. 2,000 still remain on board.
And this shot is pretty crazy. I really like how Jack did this one. This is Scotland Road, the crew corridor that would run fore and aft through the majority of the ship. And if you're at the back end of the corridor and you're looking forward and you see a crazy sight like that where the entire front half of it is now filled with water, that'd spooky pretty good.
Oh yeah, there's lots of stories of passengers returning to their cabins just to grab one more thing. Very early in the sinking, there are some people who are far forward, even some first-class cabins that are farther forward, but down on, say, D deck or maybe on E deck, that they'd go back to their cabin and find that their hallway was flooded already. But in the early parts of the sinking, they're thinking to themselves, well, all my stuff is ruined, and that's as bad as this night's going to get for me. But it's clearly going to get much worse, and they'll be grateful that they'll have that story to tell. They'll be able to tell that in the future.
Yeah.
We're getting more messages from the Olympic Titanic's sister ship, which is not terribly far away. They turn and come to Titanic's aid, but they're just so far away that eventually they end up not coming all the way. But one untold story that I love is the crew of Olympic waking up in the morning to hear the news of this event. Many of them knowing half, if not more, of the crew of Titanic, because the White Star Line would have taken about half of Olympic's crew and taken them over to their brand new ship Titanic because they knew the ship well. It's a sister ship. They still do this to this day on cruise ships, and every time when the company I worked for, when they would launch a new ship, half of our crew would go away. They'd all go to that ship, and I would think to myself, what if this next week I found out that ship had been lost? All of those people that I've worked with gone with it. So it's a tragic story of people on Olympic that you will never really hear in a usual Titanic retelling. Matt, you've got your finger up.
Oh yeah, I do. There is some rather chaotic scenes happening around the boat deck now as people are beginning to realize the situation. At Lifeboat 14, we've seen this represented in films before, but there are groups of men who are rushing the lifeboat, and you have able-bodied seaman Joseph Skerritt. He's used the lifeboat tiller to try to push them back and say, stand back, stand back. On the aft well deck, this is the spot where third-class passengers who have discovered early on that the cabins that they're staying in the forward part of the bow are flooding. They rush to the aft part with all their possessions in hand, their bags, their trunks, all of them soaking wet because they've restored with them their worldly possessions. They came up to the aft well deck, their promenade, they've had to leave them there, and they try to leave up to the where they see the boat deck, where the lifeboats are. They would want to go up to the second class deck first. Some of them initially get up there, but eventually crew members stop them at the top of the staircase where there's a small little gate on either side of the ship. And they say, no, you can't come up here. This is for second class passengers. This is where the real place where third class were probably kept down the most away from getting to the lifeboats, and they found the most resistance. And they're just kept down there for the most of the night until around 1:30. Some of them are pushed down by crew members who aren't given any orders besides the fact that they see a crowd of passengers trying to get up. They don't know that the ship is seriously damaged. They don't know that there's evacuation. Some brave third-class stewards know that the situation is bad. They go down to get their passengers, because stewards have a section of third class that they look after and they attend, and they get the women and children and they try to bring them up through the labyrinth corridors up to the well deck and try to get them across from the staircase to the lifeboats to see them off the ship, and hats off to them. But for the majority of the nights, third-class passengers are kept back at the aft well deck until a certain point where those seamen say, all right, let's just let them up.
I could be wrong, but I believe part of what eventually led to them saying, hey, just let them up, is people started climbing up onto the deck cranes on the well deck and then jumping the railing up onto the promenade.
They just did what they had to do. Some passengers, it's not a very difficult gate to climb over. And when you have realized that your life is being at risk, you do what you have to do. But
it's an easy obstacle
yes,
to come over.
but we don't
overcome at that
There's
point.
no way to tell how many crew members were at that gate to try to push them back at those two gates. I'm sorry. At this point, many stewards could also have revolvers, like it's represented in James Cameron's film. Any person could have a little small gun. There's danger, but yes, indeed, there are passengers who did make it through and climb over and up the ratlins to the boat deck. And I think that was Lifeboat 11 and 12 were lowered around the same time, 1:25 a.m. by Lifeboat 11 was lowered by First Officer Murdoch, while Lifeboat 12 was lowered by Officer Wild and Lightoller. In Lifeboat number 11, Barbara West is aboard. Barbara West was the last second-class passenger to pass away in 2007.
Our researchers are letting us know that around this time, or maybe I waited too long to say it, but that 9 watertight compartments remain uncompromised. 7 compartments are now filled out of the 16. And I will throw it to David coming in via internet for another Olympic story.
Yeah, I was just gonna. We were talking about the Olympic and the crew of Olympic and how some of the Olympics crew had gone to Titanic, but some others remained behind. Olympics wireless operators. One of them wrote his recollections down later. I'm gonna butcher his name. Alec Bagot. I think it's. I don't know if it's French but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But he wrote his recollections down, and he said that before he had left, Captain Smith had visited with them, and he had actually tried to talk to them into coming on to Titanic with him because they had been with him on Olympic, and they had decided to stay there because that was, still the flagship of this particular class, and why leave when they're on the main ship? So they decided to remain there, and it could have easily been them in the wireless room.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Can I chime in real quick?
Oh, please do,
Yes.
Mike.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we get a view here of the condenser discharge outlet. So, you know, I'm a rivet guy, so I'm obsessed with this stuff. But Titanic's condensers were these big pear-shaped units. There was one on each side of the ship. They were designed to draw in seawater from below and then pull it into the condenser, which had all essentially the steam pipes, which was running the exhaust steam from the engines through them. The steam would be turned back into boiler feed water and sent back through the ship's boilers. You had to have the purest water possible, so you'd avoid buildup of scaling and, you know, deposits within the pipes, gunking it all up, that kind of thing. The water that had been used to cool those pipes down was then ejected over the side through those big outlets. And in another kind of curious design overlooking situation, the discharge outlet was right in the path of at least 2 of these lifeboats on each side of the ship. Now, this will obviously have ramifications during the lowering of boat 13, which we'll come up to later. But it's just an interesting one because that outlet becomes almost like the fulcrum of Titanic's sinking. It's been described in the past. It's like very central. It's almost the pivot point the Titanic is rotating around as she picks up that forward trim and sinks. But because the exhaust steam is still coming through, because the lights are being kept on, the dynamos are turning, water is cascading out of those ports. And they're actually quite large. So that's going to cause some issues very soon. This is one of the best shots, I think, that Jack's put through. I love this shot coming in through the forward, you know, what's been called kind of like the eye of the Titanic there for the cable reel. So this is where we start to see the forecastle going under. And things are going by very quickly. So it's, the ship dying in front of us very, very slowly. And it's always moving to see it play out.
And keep in mind, there are many first-class passengers who have probably not seen water in their living spaces yet. You know, there's a great story of Archibald Gracie talking to the man who is the squash court instructor, the racket instructor that works on the ship. And the squash court is deep in the ship and would have flooded very early. And Archibald Gracie makes a joke to him that that we should cancel our lesson for tomorrow. And the look that he gets back tells him that, that was not the right thing to say. That room is already underwater. So some first-class passengers, even at this point, I mean, we see water here now coming in a gangway door into D deck, but this is still quite low in a first-class space.
Yeah. One of the third-class passengers who gets up onto the boat deck after being released from the aft well deck, Eugene Daly, who's traveling with some other friends. He spots the Rice family, Margaret Rice and her 5 children who are traveling by themselves on the boat deck, standing off to the side. They would all perish on the disaster. Even though they were able to get up past the well deck, they did not get into a lifeboat. I also need to quickly mention before we get to the drama that is lifeboats 13 and 15, that lifeboat 14 was lowered. One of the passengers who gets into lifeboat 14, her name is Dagmar Breil, and she's traveling with her brother Kurt and her fiance Ingvar Enderner. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing these names correctly, but only Dagmar was allowed to board, but she held on to her fiance's hands, not willing to let go, which is reminiscent of something that happened in the film. But unfortunately, an officer ran up to her and held Ingvar back, forcing them apart. And as the boat lowered, Dagmar looked back and saw Ingvar and Kurt, her brother, leaning over the railing, waving and smiling goodbye.
Tragic stories. We don't get a lot of these in something like the James Cameron film because as he has to, there's really nothing wrong with it, he has to create a bit of a fictional storyline to sort of tie all these moments together for us. If he based his movie solely on those individuals, the movie wouldn't have very much to it. So Jack and Rose kind of get to experience a little bit of everything that we're talking about. And you can be a bit more creative with that, of course. But we're seeing things devolve a little bit finally, I think, with it being 1:34, with around 45 minutes coming up on for the rest of the sinking. Rockets are going off, lifeboats are being loaded and launched, but still very few of them, and actually I don't know if any of them at this point have been loaded at a full capacity. And we talked a lot about this last year, but there's an issue of the capacity of these lifeboats being 65 people once they're in the water, safely lowered. But to lower 65 people with this rope and these davits and men with just rope in their hands, that's not exactly a safe thing to do. And so a lot of these lifeboats, even now, with officers possibly knowing the reality of the situation, they're not going to risk loading these boats full and having the whole boat tip over and lose all those people. So they're being lowered, and hopefully people can board once the boat is down in the water. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen
And
very
yes,
often.
before Kyle goes, that is the Star Spangled Banner that is playing.
Yes.
The band switched from perhaps their upbeat music or Hartley's ironic songs to patriotic music, and they're eventually going to get to religious tones.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's what I was going to point out.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Kyle. We
Star Spangled Banner.
had that.
We
one
were
brain cell
listening. We were
moment.
watching the animation earlier, and that's new this year, correct? I'm pretty sure that wasn't in it last year.
I think it was in last year.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yes.
I must have missed it.
And just to kind of go off of what you were saying just a moment ago, James, yeah, like they weren't loading these lifeboats to full capacity because, of course, of all the things that Mike Brady had mentioned previously, like there was concerns about the loading of the boats, that they would collapse or fold over. But yeah, these boats were lowered into the water, and then the general idea was that they would go around to a gangway door or something lower on the ship and then be filled to a fuller capacity, to a larger capacity, once they were in the water, once they were supported from underneath by the buoyancy of the lifeboat. Unfortunately, though, in almost all of the cases of the lifeboats, they just, once they're in the water, they win.
But to add on to that even more, these lifeboats can be 65 people, can hold 65 people, but that will sink the boat quite low in the water, and the water gets pretty close to the gunwale on the top there. And so the officers are asked, how many people can these lifeboats hold? And some of them even state, in perfectly calm water, 65. So if the water's a little bit rough, maybe not. Thankfully, it's a flat calm on the night the Titanic sank, but had it not been, perhaps the sinking would have happened anyway. So the very thing that sank Titanic, that caused them not to see the iceberg, is helping them now when the lifeboats are being launched at at heavier capacities. We have a beautiful shot of Olympic. If you can tell the difference between the two, then you belong in this group here. I'm sure pretty much everybody here could tell you the difference between the two. We're hearing more commotion on board. Jack does a wonderful job with the sound design as well of these. A little bit more commotion because we're getting closer to the end, and so maybe there is a bit more uncertainty happening on board. But the thing that's wild is a lot of crew members or passengers, when they're asked in the inquiries, when you left at, what time is it now? It's 1:38. When you left at 1:45, when you left at 2 in the morning, when you left at 2:05, was there any panic on board? Pretty much across the board, everyone says, no, I didn't see any panic. Now, whether that's because the time period, be British is a phrase that is heard on Titanic, be stoic, don't cry, go into death proudly, that sort of energy, or did they still not think anything was wrong? Which, unfortunately, a lot of them, it is the latter for a lot of these individuals.
Yeah, there is probably a bunch of people who are still kind of lackadaisy about what was going on right now, and it wouldn't really, perhaps for some of these people, set in until even when the last boats were leaving. When the boat deck finally started getting submerged around the bridge is probably when the last few people who
Yeah.
who thought maybe the ship wasn't going to sink.
Well, I know at least one crew member said in his testimony that he didn't truly realize the gravity of the situation until the first funnel fell. So we can wait for that moment to happen. And when the first funnel falls, I want you to register how late into this sinking that is. But we're seeing lifeboats 13 and 15 have their moment of almost landing on top of each other because of that discharge of water pushing it underneath. And it's a pretty, possibly the first truly frightening situation of our sinking. And it's 1:40, and we got our first. Those people thought to themselves, "Oh my gosh, we almost died." They have no idea that, oh no, this is a much larger "we almost died" than that isolated moment.
And we can really see here how the propellers are starting to come up out of the water. And you know, these are supposed to be well below the water line, of course. So
Oh, yeah.
that just kind of shows us how far the stern of the ship has come up out of the water.
But you would have to be in a lifeboat to register that for the
Oh yeah,
most part.
you would not be able to see that from
Yeah.
on the ship. Not even if you're looking down at the very back of the fantail.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to see that.
So Titanic's been sinking for 2 hours. It certainly doesn't look like it. You know, so that's just all these things kind of come together in this awful situation of false hope that people are getting. But if you're in a lifeboat from this perspective, another one of Jack's brilliant shots from the perspective of a lifeboat, the people in the lifeboats are starting to get worried, for sure. But what's wild is the testimony of these passengers in the lifeboats, when they hear the screams that will soon come, they're on record as saying, "We had no idea. We thought those were steerage passengers who had slept in," is what at least one woman said, "not knowing that my husband was still on board." You know, they thought all the lifeboats probably got everybody off. So it is just one after the other of dumbfounding. I mean, we got a very visceral reaction from an audience member there, but that's how it is. And that's why Titanic brings us all together to this day, is you hear facts and you cover your mouth in awe. And that's what's so powerful about this event.
You can see here the D-deck dining saloon is starting to the
Yes.
reception room is starting to flood.
I'll throw it to Mike just to check in with our friend Mike Brady, mostly because every time Mike says something, the chat erupts.
Hi, chat. Yeah, this is a scary sight, right? So this is D-Deck, first class spaces, a favorite room among Titanic's first class passengers. There'd been music there just hours before, and it's going down. Lights are shutting off across the ship. The way that Titanic's electrical systems were organized is that they had essentially self-contained circuits and systems so that the entire system wouldn't short if one part of it was immersed. So this is a pretty classic, clever bit of design and engineering. It also shares load across the system. It means you can, in worst case scenario, turn off whole sections of the ship. But you will start to see the lights glowing dimmer. And we're starting to see that now. Titanic's steam is being exhausted. There's not as much pressure in the lines. It's a scary thought that if not for the work of the crew, if not for the hard work of the engineers under Bell, the electricians, the trimmers, and firemen who had stayed behind actually keeping things running, Titanic could have been plunged into darkness or near darkness much earlier. So it's a pretty remarkable scene here, seeing the dining room flooding, seeing those lights still on. It always gives me chills. But yeah, this is really beginning to mark the end, because you could stand at the top of boat deck and the grand staircase and look down and see water, and that is very, very bad.
And I'm certain we'll get a shot of that from Jack in a second if we haven't already. Nico?
Yes, I wanted to add something about the lights failing progressively on board the ship. You'll see that the lights are slowly turning to red, and what has always surprised me is that testimonies of passengers on board the ship don't really mention the dramatic failure of the lights at the end of the sinking. And that's because we discovered while making this real-time animation, that's because the lights were so dim at the end of the sinking that it would have made no difference for them on board. Only passengers in the lifeboats could see the dramatic failure of the lighting while the ship was breaking into.
Absolutely, a fascinating
And
little addition there. Peter?
another thing that contributed to this is, I had mentioned this a little bit ago, the forward boiler rooms are obviously not producing steam anymore as they're full of water. Boiler room 1 was never lit, so really it was only boiler room 2 and 3 which were producing power, steam power to spin up the dynamos. And over time, those stokers and firemen down there probably were released from their duty, and there's less people down there, less people putting coal into the boilers, which means that the water in those boilers is getting cooler and cooler, and the dynamos are spinning less, which is producing less electricity for the ship's lights.
Well put. I actually needed that description a little bit. Lifeboat 2 is launched. This is wild. You can put 40 people into this lifeboat and 17 are put in. This is due to many factors. We've already covered many of them, from officers not wanting to load the boats too full while they're being lowered, to expecting them to be filled once they're in the water, to the fact that they just can't find anyone to get in them, because at this point people still prefer the warm, dry, big, stable ship to a little boat in a big ocean. Many of these people had never been in an open boat in their life. They'd never rowed before. And the ocean, while we see it as calm right now, and it's iconically calm when we see Titanic recreations, the ocean is never like this. The ocean is a terrifying place to be in a little boat like this. And in fact, as the weather changes, as we get closer to sunrise, the winds pick up, and if it were not for the Carpathia, it's not like these people would have floated around in lifeboats for the next few hours, maybe the whole day, and then maybe in the evening a boat would finally arrive. They wouldn't be there by the evening, because these boats are not meant to just be in an open ocean. These boats are meant to ferry passengers short distances in calm water. So thank God it's calm, but it's a tough reality that these boats are so empty.
I actually have a question for you.
You
James.
do?
Yes, I do. I want to know when you were there last year, did you ever see the sea that calm?
I went on the expedition, of course, and we were out there for a month. But I also worked on cruise ships for a collectively 12 months, over 2 years. And my whole time, of course, I was waiting to see a flat calm. I wanted to see what that's like. And I took one photo, and I believe it was the last night of the expedition. In my whole time on boats, it was the only time I've ever seen anything close to this, and even that I wouldn't describe as a flat calm. I would never have described it as a mill pond or a reflecting pool as this ocean is described on the night of Titanic. The anomaly of this, it cannot be overstated. I've never seen it. It's very rare in an open ocean. Now, we know now that a big reason this happened, the big reason that Titanic seems to be close to shore based on the water, is because not too far away from it is a massive sheet of ice that spans miles. And that is acting as a fake shoreline, almost. So that's why this looks like, you know, a coastal town is not too far away, because the ocean almost thinks that it is. You know, it looks like shallower water than it is. So these conditions are almost impossible to recreate. But yes, I got one photo, and I'll show it to you after. I have one
Thanks.
photo of the ocean on a beautiful sunset, where the reflection of the sun was close to perfect, but nothing like what you see here, and what is described by the crew members and passengers of Titanic.
Okay, well, I wish I was there to have seen that.
A lot of us do.
Yeah, but
I sent you so many photos.
I know.
Okay, to James's credit, he did send us many,
Yes.
many photos.
Okay.
Yes.
We're very appreciative.
No, yes, we are. But Lifeboat number 2, to get back to what's happening 113 years ago. Lifeboat number 2, which was lowered by Officers Wild and Captain Smith. Commanding the lifeboat is Officer Boxhall. Boxhall will get some orders eventually from Captain Smith to return to the ship to pick up some more passengers from a gangway door. Boxhall is going to row his lifeboat around the stern in response to searching for one. He's never going to find the open gangway door. He's going to take his lifeboat, which is lowered from the forward port side of Titanic, around the stern of Titanic and end up almost on the exact opposite side, starboard side, aft of Titanic by the time Titanic sinks. All the while also lighting green flares during the sinking, which are actually seen by some survivors on the stern of Titanic as she's making her final plunge, which they interpret as a rescue ship coming for them, but it's in actuality the 4th officer.
Wow.
I also have one other thing about lifeboat number 2. There is a mystery dog aboard who survives in a passenger's lap.
A mystery dog.
We
In
don't know
what way
the-
is it a mystery?
We don't know the name of the dog. We don't
Okay.
know the breed of the dog.
Or who it belonged to.
We know who it belonged
Oh,
to.
we
I don't.
do.
Yeah, we do know who it belonged to. I forget the name of the dog, but I'm sure one of our researchers will
We'll
tell
chime
us
in.
in immediately. If I think Miles is watching.
I'm
Hi,
sure.
Miles.
Yes, and he'll give us all the information
Yeah,
really
send
quickly.
it to Matt. So we are now reaching 1:50 a.m. on April 15th, 1912. 113 years ago right now, we're still just calmly launching lifeboats. There's no panic that you might expect. Lawrence Beasley has a great bit of quotes in his book that he wrote. Bless you. There's a great bit of quotes that he wrote in his book about how the press and the newspapers and whatnot, they described horrific events, they described heroic events, they described these incredible things happening on the ship, and they didn't happen that way. And he's amazed at the calmness of the event, but also amazed at our human nature to create something out of nothing. And I think we've all experienced that if we've ever seen a TikTok about Titanic. It's very similar, very dramatic.
Mrs. Elizabeth
retellings.
Robert had a dog in the boat, according to a descendant of one of her servants.
There we go.
And I think this was one of, once the boat got alongside Carpathia, I was almost about to beat him to it, but Officer Bissett on Carpathia mentioned a dog in the boat as well.
Great.
So there's two courses. That's how we research things at Titanic Honor and Glory. We don't just make these things up. There is a corresponding account that connects the dots and makes us think that, oh yeah, we have something here.
It allows us to make some reasonable assumptions.
Yes, and I'd like to point out, while we make jokes that I went on the expedition and you guys did not, there was there was the Titanic Honor and Glory team was on that expedition in every way, because we benefited from these guys being the best team of researchers you could ask for. Every minute of every day on that expedition, they were quick on the draw with things like that. I always tell this story that one time I needed to know what day a photo was taken of Titanic because I was writing something for us. And within seconds, I was told the day and the hour and the minute based off of the shadows in the photo and where the sun would be positioned.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are absurd.
I think, thank you for all that compliment saying that we're absurd. But I think we missed that Lifeboat 10 and 4 were lowered, and I want to talk about Lifeboat 10 really quickly because it was lowered earlier I think it took a while for it to lower because it had some problems. But due to the list of the ship to port, there was a large gap between the lifeboats and the promenade deck. As we were talking about before, it's still dangerous to bridge the gap between the ship and the boats, and a woman fell between the gap as she was trying to get into the boat. It's seen in A Night to Remember and Titanic, the movie.
Very precarious situation.
Yes, and she's pulled back down into the promenade by some passengers or crew who were down on A deck. But what wasn't shown in James Cameron's movie is that she comes back and gets in the lifeboat right afterwards. She found the way to get back up there and get in the boat. So she made it. But as the boat was lowering, a passenger was rather perturbed about the entire situation, as many were at this point, and he jumped into the boat and landed on another passenger, Lucinda Parrish, and injured her. So there was some upsetting drama that happened. In this boat, there were some famous passengers who became more famous in later years, including most famously the LaRoches, as we know. Nico, do you want to talk about them at all? Oh, he does not want to talk about them. Okay, sorry.
Well, I want to tell something else, but just after.
Okay, yes. The LaRoches, Joseph LaRoche was the only black passenger aboard Titanic, besides his two daughters. The black man aboard Titanic, excuse me. What was his daughters' names, though?
I don't know.
You don't know Joseph LaRoche's daughters' names?
His wife is Juliet.
His wife is Juliet. You're
yes.
French.
Oh,
You're
yes,
French.
yes. Louise
Yes.
Laroche.
Yes. See,
Yes.
I can't say the name correct, but because I am not French and
Yes.
you are French.
Louise Laroche.
Louise Laroche. Okay. Pretty good. Yes.
Yes, it's good to have Nico here for for that.
For
That's great.
pronunciation, yes.
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 I just wanted to add something that we just saw the third-class dining saloon being flooded and the water coming down of the staircase, which is exactly at frame 0, the center, the exact center
middle
of the ship. Exactly.
Wow, I did not put that together.
And it had to flood from above because it's basically sandwiched forward and aft between two watertight bulkheads. So the only way that water could have reached that space was flowing aft down Scotland Road, the crew passage, and then down the stairs that the third-class passengers would take to go to dinner and get their meals.
I'm going to throw it to Mike Brady, as I'm seeing in our researchers are currently discussing the validity of a single comment that someone made in the chat. That just that goes to show how dedicated they are. All right, Mike, take it away.
I'll buy the researchers some time with a vague comment. All I was going to say is, it's really interesting that, there's 25, maybe 30 minutes left. Titanic is beginning to sink exponentially quicker. So as soon as you get the well deck below the water and the forecastle below the water, you've got just so many big inlets for more water to come in. You've got the portholes that are actually impacted by the iceberg as well. It doesn't sound like much, but those open portholes, open windows, damaged windows do let a lot of water in. You think if Titanic was doomed only because of this very small section of hull plating being open to the water. So now a huge amount of Titanic is open to the water. You've got cargo hatches 1, 2, and 3, probably staved in and just letting tons of water in now. You've got windows, you've got vents, you've got hatchways and scuppers and all this stuff. So, things that just aren't designed to be underwater, vent heads and things like that will begin to cave, let water in. So it's just going to sink a lot quicker. And it's why you get such a short amount of time between the well deck flooding and the final plunge, because it just gets dragged down quicker and quicker and quicker. And you see that on other ships as well, Lusitania and Britannic, both. As soon as the water gets up there, then they'll be going very quickly because they just lose that margin of buoyancy very quickly.
We're hearing some commotion on the ship as Captain Smith is trying to get the lifeboats to come back a little bit, and they won't, which is terribly tragic.
Except for Lifeboat 2, because Boxall is an overachiever, and he's going to try to find that gangway door, which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It wasn't opened. There was one that was opened earlier, way earlier, when they were ordered down below to try to just look for a way to get the passengers out. Of course, which was what many of the crew thought, what was going to happen: lower the boats, transfer the passengers. But yeah, he's not going. He's specifically calling out to lifeboat number 6, which is close enough, and he helped to lower, presumably, and he knows is half empty. Lifeboat 6, which is manned by Quartermaster Robert Hitchens, decides not to return. Around this time, I believe it's almost 2 a.m., correct, everybody?
It's
Yes.
getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's about 1:59 actually.
Okay, thank you. And so we're only going to have 2 more lifeboats
And-
actually lowered from the Titanic.
And
Yeah.
if you look on the ship right now, the vast majority of it kind of sort of seems to still be above the water. So it's like, oh hey, it's hard to believe that in just a few minutes from now, it's going to.
Yeah, 20 minutes. We have
About
20
20
minutes till the rest will go down. So the pace at which it sinks is so slow and then so unfortunately fast. And yes, we have 20 lifeboats on board. Just to recap, that's 16 boats that we've been seeing launched and 4 collapsible boats, which will be the last to go because they're a bit complicated. But of those 20 boats, we do get 18 successfully launched,
Right.
and 2 that will have to float off. That's pretty good. And people often say Titanic didn't have enough lifeboats, but I don't know, they didn't have enough time to launch 20.
Right.
So what would the others do? I mean, I suppose they could have floated off as well, and people could have fought for them, but I don't think we'd be looking at much of a difference here. And in fact, speaking of, Lifeboat C is the first collapsible boat to be launched,
Now-
correct?
Correct. Now, Collapsible C famously has the managing director of the White Star Line aboard. One way or another, he gets into this lifeboat. The story that I want to discuss is the Naked family. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It's spelled Nakid. Naked family.
Naked, yeah.
Naked family. The husband, the father's name is Sahid. The wife's name is Waika, and the daughter is Maria. I'm very white. I can't pronounce names.
Would it be pronounced Nikid?
Nakid.
Nate-
So I
Nate.
apologize to everybody. My last name is DeWinkeleer. That's the best excuse I can also give. But in all seriousness, Waki and Maria were allowed in because they were a mother and a daughter. But Sahid was kept back because he was a man. But he waited for the right moments and he was allowed in, or he jumped in to this collapsible. Just like J. Bruce Ismay, just like Mr. Carter,
Yeah.
first class passenger, they got into the lifeboat too. And just like 6 Chinese third class passenger survivors who also got into the lifeboat. I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to say anything about J. Bruce Ismay or anybody else who got into collapsible C, but all these men, if we're trying to weigh the scales or whatever, I wish everybody survived Titanic for one way or another. They got into the lifeboat at the right moment, at the right time, when so many others did not. So take that with a grain of salt. And
Yes.
of course, as that lifeboat C is still there, the port list is really affecting the last lifeboats.
That lifeboat that's still hanging there,
Yeah.
that's Lifeboat C.
They have to push against the side of Titanic, the passengers in that boat, with all the force they possibly can to get it down the side of the ship, and it's scraping and it's bumping.
And one of my favorite things about these lifeboats being lowered at this part of the night, we're starting to see more third-class passengers making it on board. And as they go down these boats, down the side of the ship, and look in these portholes that are still lit, for some of them, it's the first time they've seen first-class spaces. They get to see, this is the opulence that was above my head a couple decks up this whole time. And that's a real shock to the system that you're seeing these things. It's pretty remarkable.
And then Matt, just a second ago, was talking about the list developing back over to the port side. Yeah, the ship kind of wobbles from the initial port list to the starboard list and then back over to port. And it's listing back over to port now, we presume, because one, all of the shifted coal that we had been talking about before, it's now, since the cargo holds and everything down below is now equally flooded, it's now redeveloped that port list. And then also, Scotland Road, the crew passage, offers a very wide, unobstructed space. So as that space begins to flood, the buoyancy on the port side starts lowering, and that's how you redevelop that list.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really fascinating aspects of Titanic's design that changes the list. One of the most, the largest being the fireman's tunnel on the very bottom of the ship that the firemen would take from their quarters to the boiler room. It was its own little watertight compartment. That's why they called it a tunnel. And there were cargo holds on either side. And for the first half of the sinking, water is only filling up one side of the ship because the fireman's tunnel cuts the ship in half. And once it reaches the top, it can boil, it can spill over into the port side of the ship, which changes things. But again, it's an anomaly, and that's why I love Titanic so much. Why I love this story so much. None of this should have happened. It's a freak accident in every moment, and all these things that we're talking about contribute to Titanic sinking more or less straight on. Titanic never capsizes. There's very few other ships that the same can be the same.
Even on the sea floor, it's still vertical.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, the fact that that's even more remarkable.
Yeah.
That Titanic is sitting upright on the ocean floor. Just a testament to Harlan and Wolff and the men of Belfast for building a ship that could do that. It's really, really something.
Right, and it's good. A lot of things are about to happen in a moment, including lifeboats, the last lifeboat too.
Just a few things are about to happen.
Yeah,
A couple.
a couple of things. So we're going to run out of time. I want to briefly mention one other passenger who possibly was in Lifeboat C before we get any further. Her name is, I'm going to mispronounce it, and I heard all about her yesterday. Miss Selena Yazbek.
Paul, we had this weekend a speaker that you brought in for us to hear from. The great, do you recall the great granddaughter? Was it? The granddaughter of Yazbek, who Matt is talking about here. Laura Ward, yes.
Ward,
there you go.
yes.
Ward.
Oh, am I allowed to say her
she's
name?
potentially in this lifeboat, yes.
Yes, she's potentially in this lifeboat. Can I say her name?
Selene Yazbek.
Selene Yazbek. Can I say Laura's full name?
Laura Decker Ward.
Okay, I guess I can then. Laura Decker Ward was a speaker here this weekend, and she told the story of her grandmother, which was very sad. She met the love of her life, essentially, and she traveled all the way from on board the Titanic. I'm trying to remember her story quickly, but she was separated at the lifeboats, Lifeboat C, and she had to say goodbye to the love of her life, like so many did aboard Titanic. And she kept that with her throughout her entire life, and I can't tell the story the same way as Laura, but it was, it's just one of those stories of hundreds for the widows of Titanic.
Yeah. So we have a beautiful view from a lifeboat looking back at Titanic. And unfortunately, I have to tell you that there are people aboard that ship who still think she will not sink. And at this point, if there are any left, which there are, the only thing they could possibly be grasping onto is that for weeks they've been hearing that this ship is unsinkable. That's just a common thing that was going around. Stewards are on record as saying it. It's not as prevalent as we think it is. It really was only mentioned a few times once in a publication. White Star Line would use that word from time to time. It's not the whole world wasn't heralding the ship as unsinkable as you might pick up from retellings, but it had been said, and passengers on board were convinced that this was still the case even this late in the sinking. And again, there's that light on the horizon that could still be on its way. Or if you knew that the ship was sinking, there must be other ships coming, because the ocean is filled with other ships in these shipping lanes. But we are now up to 2:08, and it's just it blows my mind every time we get to this point. We have almost only 10 minutes left, and look at how much we still have.
Well, as Mike was saying earlier, just to reiterate, as the ship gets lower in the water, more and more of these openings into the ship become exposed. Passageway doors, open windows, ventilation ducts, all of these kind of things. It's helping to accelerate the sinking of the ship at this point. Just there's so the initial holes in the ship was what Kyle was saying earlier, only 12 square feet. Well, now it's expanded to a much larger volume at this point.
And this is something that I believe also affected the Britannic sinking, her sister ship.
Yes.
That the portholes and windows were opened to help ventilate the hospital ship, give the patients on board a bit of fresh air, and then suddenly it's sinking and all those windows are open. So folks, we are heading into the final few minutes of Titanic's very short career. It began on April 2nd officially, and here we are on April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and her illustrious career is already coming to an end. So we want to, in a few moments here, have a bit of a moment of silence as we watch the rest of this. So I ask anybody, including Mike and David, if there's a quick word you'd like to throw in before we, as a group, remember the 2,208 on board. Yes, there were only 1,496 victims, but they were all deeply affected. So 2,208 on board. Anybody like to chime in one last time?
I'd like to remind everybody who's watching at home, really, that this is in real time 113 years ago, just in case, to get that reminder.
Yeah.
As we play what is thought to be one of the final songs. It's the band played religious hymns at the end. Abide with me, Eternal Father, strong to save, lead kindly lights. A hymn that sounds like Autumn Hymn, which might have been called Hail Thou Once Despised Jesus, or Autumn Hymn. Sorry, Nico, it's debated. Or Near My God to Thee. It's
Of course, yeah.
The researchers go back and forth.
Of course, and we always will.
Actually, Matt is saying me this because I'm actually convinced. I'm actually convinced that it's only me that Autumn is the last song played by the orchestra.
So
we are reaching the end of their infamous concert, and we'll never know the true answer because anybody who saw them stop playing was too late to leave the ship.
The point is that they did play.
Yes, and they were playing at this point, and that's really something that this group of men who are playing at this moment, they must have some idea of what's happening, and they don't even work for the White Star Line officially. You know, they are passengers literally, and to this day, that's still how ships do it. So. So I suppose we should go into our final moments. Mike, anything you'd like to say, or David?
Yeah, it's almost like it happens so quickly from now that we'll probably have to talk about a lot of this stuff after the fact.
Yeah.
But there is still a lot of human drama playing out. Like, you've got this fracas, breaking out at collapsibles astride the first funnel, which were almost inexplicably stored above the on the roof of the officers' quarters. But I think I'll wrap up and just say that my thoughts are always at this point with families in third class who maybe couldn't speak English. A lot of them just turned around and went back to their staterooms, or just stood there with their bags waiting for instruction. And a lot of them had just kind of turned around and gone back. And it's always difficult to picture them as you see the terrible destruction that's about to be wrought on the ship. It always makes me a bit emotional.
So as we all watch the final two boats on the ship, the final two collapsibles, which were up on the officers' quarters, they're trying to get them down. Water is now advancing quicker as Titanic takes a bit of a plunge. These are the moments where the last few holdouts are starting to realize what's really going on. So we'll take a moment and just take in the animation for the last few minutes, and we will see you all on the other side. Folks, we have just witnessed 113 years later the sinking of the RMS Titanic as best we can put her back together. And we showed on screen briefly the room here tonight with our candles in memory of everyone on board that night. And we see our first shot of beauty that we've had in a little while. Carpathia heading towards Titanic's position. That never gets easier to watch. I think it's much harder to watch than most recreations that you'll see in a film or a documentary. And so I think it's important, though, we see it as it was. It really brings it home. And while everyone in this room and a lot of you watching at home have this deep, deep love for this ship and these people, a yearly reminder of their memory is so special and important. A check-in, a reminder of what it was like, so we don't forget, so we don't forget where this all comes from. That our interest in this ship comes from a very human experience, and we can't forget the experience. So, and it all the more special to experience it with all of you on the Queen Mary, a ship that got to have its full career. So we thank you for sharing this with us as we see Carpathia shooting off a rocket to assure the survivors that some help is on the way. And for many in the lifeboat, seeing that rocket is the first good thing they've seen in quite a few hours. And Jack has brilliantly placed Carpathia next to the very iceberg that caused this tragedy, as she steams by, almost hitting an iceberg herself on the way. And what a story we'd be telling today if that were the case. We will continue talking about Titanic and about this disaster and the people on board for a little while longer. The animation continues. There's a little memorial section that Jack has put on the end. It was on it last year, but I believe I ended the stream early last time. So I think a lot of you will see it for the first time this year. And we will conclude the evening with a bit more discussion about the sinking and what we just saw. And we have another little a very different visual to share with you as well, that we're excited to show you. Many of Titanic's survivors described the morning after the sunrise as being the most beautiful sunrise they had ever seen. And when the sun rose and light was finally available, they saw the ice fields and the icebergs all around. Something that they did not see until that iceberg. For many crew members aboard Titanic, including Bruce Ismay as a passenger, that iceberg that sank Titanic was the first iceberg they had ever seen in their lives. And many of them saw quite a few more when they woke up, or when the sun came up. And so here, a bit of a shout out to another Ken Marshall painting of the lifeboats approaching Carpathia quite a few hours from now. The final lifeboat, I believe, boarded Carpathia at about 8 in the morning, and right now it's 2:30. So that's a long time to be in a lifeboat on the open ocean. As the winds change, as the sea kicks up, it had to have been a terrifying experience that you don't often see in recreations and documentaries. 4:10 a.m., the first lifeboat arrives, and even more, a larger part of the story you don't often see is the long journey home to New York City that the Carpathia had to undertake following these events.
I know we jumped right to Carpathia, but do we want to talk about the struggle of the people right now until...
Oh, yes. Certainly there are, at this moment, 113 years ago, there are individuals in the water fighting for their lives.
It might be rough for the people in this room, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are people fighting the cold of the Atlantic. just a small handful will survive that. And only one woman, if I'm remembering correctly, Abbott, last name Abbott.
Rosa
correct?
Abbott.
Rosa Abbott. She's the only woman.
Rhoda Abbott.
Rhoda Abbott.
Sorry, I apologize.
She's the only woman to make it into the water, not board a lifeboat, and survive. And just a few men who make it as well. But you're seeing some of the names on the screen who helped make this possible, and we do take it just a second to remember them and thank them. But yes, there are people in the water, and they will be fighting for their lives for just a few more minutes. It's not long before the screams die down that many survivors will describe that they'll never forget. A terrible sound. And memories come to mind of testimony that I've read, that we've all read, that I want to say, but I just don't have the heart to say because of the people in the room of a younger age and people at home of a younger age. If you feel prepared to dive deeper, there are accounts of those final moments in the water that are perhaps too harsh to throw out there right now. But we're seeing some of our historian friends there who have helped us along the way, going back years. And a big thank to our little Patreon shout out there as well, patrons who make this possible.
This is an old end credits, by the way.
Oh yeah,
everybody.
there's some old.
This is an old end credits, everybody.
Yeah,
by the
this,
way.
Is, this is from last year. So.
Yeah.
Yes. So there's some.
But they did make that possible last year.
They did make
Yes.
that possible, yes. So there's some missing names that I
I
forgot.
wish we could add a couple people on
Yes.
on the end there. And of course, we're hearing the music that closed the mass in the first class reception room. First class dining saloon on the final day of the voyage. And we're seeing some very real photos of Titanic, the first actual images of Titanic that we've seen all night. A few of Titanic's officers, including the Captain Smith on the right.
And Murdoch on the left. In the middle are not Titanic's officers. but-
Yeah.
This is the Olympic, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an Olympic photo.
And this is the second class promenade of Titanic.
Yeah, looking forward.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. As I said, we will continue a bit of the discussion to be had here. Everyone here, that was the end of the animation. We do have online Carpathia, an animation of Carpathia coming to Titanic's aid to sort of fill our final discussion here. And perhaps we could turn the lights back on in the space. We do have plenty to talk about. Those final moments, very hard to watch. I told you earlier to keep an eye out for that first funnel falling. At least one crew member did not realize until that moment that things were bad, which is an unbelievable thing to think. But I think as we've seen now with this animation, you can sort of understand it more. So for those of you who have watched a real-time sinking for the first time, I'd love for you to raise your hand if you felt Titanic in a new way that you've never felt her before. Yeah. So we have a little bit of a closing bit of discussion to be had. I'll ask each person to say a little something that they'd like to say, and then we have a bit of footage to share with you. My apologies to our in-person audience. Actually, I don't think we'll be able to show it to them.
I'm working on a
great,
solution.
great. Peter's going to show it.
Pardon the projector doing weird stuff for a moment.
But everyone at home, you will be able to see it, and everybody here will as well. We have a bit of footage that was provided to us by our friends over at Magellan that you may have heard of before. They went to the Titanic the year before our expedition last year, and they scanned the wreck. They recently released an ROV, VR ROV pilot project on Steam that you can have, that you can download and enjoy. And we'll show just a little bit of footage of that so we can see the wreck as she looks today, which I think is sort of the way to bookend this experience, that you see what remains of her today. She is in remarkably good shape given what she went through, but certainly it helps to see her like that. But I'd love to go around the room if each one of you would like to just say anything about what we just watched, or the Carpathia journey, anything post-sinking that you would like to say, please do.
Sure. Yeah, the Titanic's survivor's story is not over the moment they become Titanic survivors. And the Titanic victims' story doesn't end when they become victims. And it's because of events like this past weekend that Paul put on. It's because of people in this room. It's when people tell their stories, read more, and pass the stories on to their children, to friends, family. When they go on Discord calls and talk about things that they like about Titanic with their friends, I think as we become a more interconnected world, and even though that comes with pros and cons, weirdly we remember Titanic more. And so as we continue our world, and I think of always the parallels between Titanic then and Titanic now, and how that moment in history was so jarring and sudden. And today we always think we have things that every day it's like so sudden and jarring.
Yeah,
and
I feel Titanic sinks every day these days.
Yes. So I'd like us to just think of Titanic and relate it to how we would feel if take it with us as we go, especially now. Coming up to this event, I was thinking about nothing but Titanic, which I usually just do in my daily life, of course. But it was constant Titanic, but as something I had to do for this event, it was different. But when I sit here and watch this again, I suddenly get transported back to the moment like, oh yes, this actually happened 113 years ago. There's these little moments where I suddenly remember that it really happened. And it's bizarre I think, to say that for someone who feels like they know so much about a certain subject that it transcends into a ethereal place where it's your imaginary friend that is suddenly not imaginary anymore. So I think that events like this, and when I think I'm rambling on because I tried not to cry in front of a crowd and a possible camera tonight, unlike I did last year. That events like this help keep Titanic with us, and we can relate to it in a way that keeps it more real for further generations, and prevents it from just becoming another thing in a history book.
Yeah.
Even though the lessons repeat throughout our daily life.
The movies will not last forever. They'll age.
This will age, but
this will age. Of course it will.
Yes.
I like to joke that James Cameron's film holds up so well, except for Murdoch walking out of the bridge during the opening shots, and like a couple other little moments that are starting to age, visually. So this will age. Everything will age. So we'll keep.
Oh darn! It happened.
We'll keep at it.
I don't know how.
Well, while Matt gets a little emotional, which is totally allowed here today.
I don't.
I heard some sniffling out there in the audience.
Sorry, Nico.
Kyle, would you like to say a little something about what we just watched?
It's always hard to know what to say about that stuff.
Yeah.
I come at it from mostly a technical perspective and studying. The
If you
ship.
don't know what to say, just ramble. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very good at rambling. That's all I do for the most part. It's just been.
Oh God, we're starting soon
Oh,
again.
no.
Okay, no, I
No,
fixed
that's-
this.
That's something else.
114, man.
Oh no.
Yeah, one more time.
Sorry, Kyle, continue.
Sorry, Kyle.
If you'd like.
But this has been it's been a long time getting to the point where you're doing this. I mean, I remember in 2016 we were doing the thing that we always do, which is get near the anniversary and then realize, oh, we should do something. And in 2016, like about a week before, maybe a little over a week before the anniversary, we decided, hey, why don't we just do an animation? Like before this, we had done this little like video, just a little animation of the iceberg collision and a few static shots of the ship sinking. Why not do all of it?
Mhm.
And so in about a week, less than that, I had to go into Unreal Engine 4 and take my old model from some game that I had made that model years ago, like back in 2009, 2010, and I stuck it in the engine. Matt worked on making it splittable, and I just keyframe animated all of it. And in about 4 days, I animated the entire sinking with basic effects. And then it ended up getting uploaded, and we thought we were just gonna have it up temporarily as a little video, and we could do it, have people play it during our little. Back then, we were trying to do like I don't know how to describe it, a little kind of a podcast type of deal, and we weren't really doing like YouTube streams at the time, and. So we did our thing, we did our stream, but before we even did the stream that night, the podcast, the video started going viral, and up to this point, it's got over 90 million views, and ever since then, we would in the years since we would kind of come back to it, we'd reuse it and play it, and replay it, and all that, and then and then after the project went through changes, and years later, in what year did we bring Jack on?
Oh yeah, that was something I wanted to mention, is that we in 2021, when I joined the team on a more serious level and we changed the direction of our company really, one of the things we said is probably no more real-time syncings, at least not this year, because we want to focus on other things, and we stuck to that for a few months until Jack reached out. So probably 2021, 2022-ish.
2022.
Jack Gibson reached out, or he was making animations on his own, using our work, making sort of fan animations. And we reached out to him, I think, and said, would you want to just do this for us, for real?
And it didn't even start that way at first, like doing syncings. He was just doing animations and stuff. And then he for a while, he was like, Kyle, can you send me the dollhouse?
Yeah.
The little model I had made for a animation redo that ended up kind of being scrapped because there were other things to focus on. He kept doing it. Kyle, can you send it to me? So I put together a little care package with the dollhouse model, which was kind of an up-detailed version of a mishmash of a few models I had made from THG, and then that older model, and with like a little interior that Matt made for it. He kind of fit it in there. A very low detail interior. That's why it was called the dollhouse. And I sent it to him. He started messing around with it in the engine, and before we knew it, he was playing around doing like. I had also sent him the old syncing animation project file, and before we knew it, he was playing around, kind of adjusting the scene, adding new water and effects after years and years of advances in Unreal Engine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know who it was. One of us teased him and was like, "Hey Jack, why don't you do the whole thing?
Yeah, because we weren't going to do it, and we wanted to focus on what I guess you could consider more important things for us. The projects that we work on.
The game.
And so Jack, the game, which everybody of course wants us to, which is great, and we do that. But Jack could devote his time to the animations, and it's sort of reinvigorated our company. If you've been following our month to remember, as we are celebrating this month, we've been releasing Jack's animations throughout of the sea trials, travel to Southampton, the various days of Titanic's very short career. And the animations are breathtaking, they are emotional. I can't believe that I'm lucky enough to work with you guys and to have someone like Jack to take your work and put it out there, and maybe I contribute a voiceover or something, but it's really the people over at that table that really contribute the most to what we do, and so it's just an honor and
a glory.
And a glory. Oh boy! There we go. Matt with the zinger. Nico.
Wait.
Yes.
Someone's saying, Nico, Jack is, of course, listening and watching, and he wants to give a big thanks from him to the crowd at the Queen Mary and the audience at home.
Yes. To everybody here.
Give Jack a big hand. He's British.
Big hand for Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
And
yeah, just you wait to see what he has in store.
yes. Oh boy.
Yes.
Jack has some plans. And I will say that audience that he thanked at home, we peaked at about 7,600 viewers. So that was pretty cool. I don't know if that's a record or not. I don't know how many we've had in the past, but who cares? So Nico, would you like to say any closing remarks on your side?
Well, I think much has been said. What I can say is that I'm really, really happy in a way to have. It's the first time I've been able to be there with you, and I've got to experience Titanic in a new way, Still after more than 30 years of, more than 25 years of patience, of passion. So it was really moving. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Peter, any thoughts from you?
Well, this has been an amazing experience. This weekend, meeting the team in person has been really an amazing experience for me, and then being able to experience this with everyone here in real time tonight. It's something I'll never forget. I've seen this online a few times throughout the years, of course, but doing it here with you all in person and everyone chiming in the comments online, it's something else. And I'm forever grateful to be on the team in the first place, to be working with you all.
It's silly because we talk to this team like every night.
There's literally video chats every single night that go on for hours with all of you. I see them every night, and I go somewhere else, but you guys are all deep in it, and I can't contribute enough.
I never can get in as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the team is worldwide, so it's like 24/7. There could be like team calls happening, like people in Germany, people in Canada, people in Australia. It's like, and everyone's just working on projects and having fun, and me there stressing about being able to pay people for volunteering and stuff, and we're all just doing everything we possibly can to do Titanic, but we're all enjoying it, and it's so weird.
Yeah,
but it's nice.
It's a good
and
weird.
To be able to do this right now is
pretty.
It's something else.
Yeah, it's something else, and so I'm going to say thank you to everybody here too for supporting us to do this for you guys, I guess, too. Yeah, sorry, I keep interrupting everyone.
Well, no, it's the whole thing about this is preserving history and making sure the story is never forgotten, and just getting this out there.
Yes.
And it's a big job, and we want to do it right. We want to do it accurately, and
Yeah.
that's what a lot of those late night conversations are about, like arguing about floor tiles and carpet colors.
Oh,
and-
if you want to see real drama, just listen to us argue about the color of white paint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen to a discussion between me and Joe.
So,
Yeah.
if you want to know, it's basically, I think we talked about this before, but it's basically the idea of we look at photos. We look at old photos of Olympic mostly, and we look at photos too much, and we look into them too much, and we'll be like, well, that towel that's hanging on a hook
It's like
is
that
way
towel.
wider than the wall, even though they're both supposed to be white.
This isn't hyperbole.
But-
And then we start arguing, and we start looking at things. Oh, look at this color the palette thing. It's got, look, the white. It's actually cream. And look at this ship. This period illustration. That doesn't look white to you, does it? It looks
you'd
cream.
think there'd be more important things like
So-
people.
Well,
So-
before this dissolves into another
Yes.
debate
Yeah.
over the color.
Look,
white.
I just
Look.
wanted to get out there at the very end. Is, we want to pay all of these attentions to all of these details, the details of the accounts of the passengers, and then we want to make the ship as accurate as possible too. It's all to just get the most accurate story we can out there. It's a lot of effort,
It's to honor the events,
but it's
the people.
It's to honor them. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's to
Yeah,
honor
but-
and glorify them.
But
Yeah.
the mo-
Someone's stealing my jokes.
There you go.
yeah,
Fast on my
you know,
feet.
I think at the end of the day,
It's
I
called
mean,
that.
when it comes to all this research, I think we can all
Right.
agree that Titanic was called the ship of creams.
Yes.
Yes.
Many colors,
Many
many
colors
shades
of
of white.
Moving on.
Moving on,
We
please.
do have, believe it or not, we do have two other people
Yes.
waiting. So David, I'll start with you, and then we'll finish with Mike and a little surprise visual for everybody. So David, if you'd like to say just a quick word on how your night was and anything about Titanic in her final moments there.
I really don't have too much to add right now. It's great that we continue to gather every year and remember the ship, remember her passengers, her crew, and it's amazing that I get to be part of this team. I'm thankful every day that I found other people who have as much interest in this ship and her story as I do. And yep, I'm very thankful to be here, and I look forward to being here again next year.
Yes, David, thank you for saying that. Something that was a big topic of discussion this whole weekend here on the Queen Mary was that, and Paul will have to tell me who said this, that Titanic was designed to bring people together, and she never got to do that, but here she is doing it still. Do you remember who said? Clifford
Yeah.
Ismay, thank you, yes. The descendant of Bruce Ismay said that, and that's couldn't be more accurate. So we are going to throw it now to Mike, and I'm going to throw up on the screen from our friends over at Magellan just a little bit of the rec footage from their recently released stern section, so we can just see a little something on the screen. Mike, you can say a little bit about being a part of this event, the final moments of Titanic, and of course the wreck as she sits on the ocean floor 113 years later.
Okay, look, I'm going to chew all your ears off because there's a lot to say. And I'm used to talking into a camera and a microphone, so I'll,
Okay, cool. So
if I end up waffling, please interrupt. But yeah, first of all, it was amazing to be part of this. I've been barred from joining you guys because of illnesses in the past. It's been fantastic to be here. You know, the final moments are harrowing. It's not unlike, you know, watching the Twin Towers coming down. You know, I mean, it's this destruction on a huge scale. You know, there are human lives being lost. You know, guys like me, like Ken Marshall, you know, we love to think about the wreck and the ship in terms of the rivets and the plating and the things like that. And that's why I spent my early years obsessing over this. Just as I get a little older now, I am just obsessed with these passenger stories, and you just realize how relatable it is. Like Percy Bailey, just heading over to start a new butcher's apprenticeship. He's never been away from home. He writes a letter home saying, dear mother and father, I'll do my best for you, and tell grandma I won't cheek her anymore, and I'll write again soon. It's just the kind of text message you send your family before getting on an airplane. So it is still relatable, and I can't not think of those people, the Goodwin family, like an entire family lost. There were a few of those as the stern is making its final plunge, and I spend so much time talking about kind of what we're seeing on screen here, the fallen mainmast and the steam valve there, and the elevator machinery and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, it's just a story of just normal people. This is I hope I haven't cut out. People are saying they've lost me.
Hey, sorry about that, Mike. I think you should be good now. I apologize. I don't believe anybody online could hear you. Everybody here could hear you. Oh no, and I don't think anyone can hear you.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start again. There's something
Yes.
really weird about
Okay.
it.
Sorry.
Here,
Okay.
it's a beautiful sunny day.
No one could hear you. Please start over. My apologies. We added this ROV idea very last minute. So we're looking at Titanic around the stern section of the bow, which is one of the most unseen parts of the wreck in this kind of detail. So Mike, I greatly apologize. Please start again for everybody at home.
No, I was just going to say that, yeah, it has been fantastic being here. It's very moving. And I think, what we're entering now is a new golden age of Titanic research. I think Titanic has come back to us in waves. A Night to Remember comes out. The wreck's discovered in 1985. 20 odd something years later, the film comes out in 97. We have these waves of periods of deep interest and research on the ship. And each time the technology's pushed further and further ahead. So, James Cameron and his team and Ken and Don and Parks and all those great researchers gave a lot to us in the, late 90s, 2000s, and continue to add to that body of work. What we're going to see now is with these kinds of scans that you see here in Magellan's Experience, the ROV pilot. This is a kind of a new era, because now any one of us can sit down and the evidence is there, the forensic analysis is there, it's accessible. You can get it on Steam and fly around and see the wreck as it is. I was shocked when I saw this. I didn't know, honestly, that the stern was as bad as this. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was this horrendously destroyed. I mean, it's completely unrecognizable from the well deck, just about. It's only as tall as the engines. And you look at plans or blueprints of Titanic, and you see the engines are only, just all the way down at the bottom of the ship. There's meant to be a lot of ship on top of those engines. There's just nothing there. Like, look at that view right now. This is at the forward end looking back, and we should see your stern section, but it's just all collapsed. So, a lot of violence was wrought onto the stern when she went down. It was, really a violent end. It's quite traumatic. But being given the tools like this to fly around, Magellan really has to be commended. I think this will just open up so many new opportunities for us, and I'm excited to see. Like, I know a lot of your researchers will be able to sit down with this and see things that I wouldn't have any idea what I was looking at. I mean? Like, there are things there that I know you guys have identified. Like, we can just see in this view, there's some little boxes on top of the poop deck there right at the stern. And one of your team was going into depth about how these were, like furnaces from the ship's galleys, the ovens that had just littered down, after the stern section sank. So there's a lot to unpack. It's going to take a lot of time, but we've been given a fantastic tool. And yeah, I've really enjoyed being part of this event. It's solemn, but also, it's a great team, great audience. Really appreciate it, guys. And yeah, I'm looking forward to joining you again next year if I don't get a cold on the 13th of April.
Well, we're happy to have you. We're very bummed you couldn't be with us last time, and so this was long overdue. And next year we'll have to go bigger and better and have us all together in one place. As we close out this ROV section, you might have heard David through my microphone when we couldn't hear you guys. So, David, could you just quickly give us a sentence or two? I feel bad that people at home might not have heard what you had to say.
Oh, yeah, I did.
All
Oh,
right. There we are.
Am I here now? Love technology. I didn't really have too much to say. I'm very thankful that I get to do this work with you guys, and that we get to do this every year. That we get to gather with people all over the world, online, and in your case, you're in person with them out on the Queen Mary, and that we continue to commemorate the ship, remember our passengers and crew and their story. It's a privilege to be here with you guys, and that I'm able to offer anything at all. It, seeing the stern like this is just, it's heartbreaking, and
We all love, but
yes.
it's in its resting place.
Well, folks, thank you, David, for repeating yourself. I apologize. But as we look at these final images, I'll just close us out here, mostly because our microphones are running out of battery. That is the nature of a 4-hour-long event in history that we have to cover. In fact, I'll return us back to. Let's see here. Let me get rid of this. There we go. Let's go back to Carpathia. I'll put our hosts back on screen one more time. This evening, you've been hearing from Matt DeWinkeleer, Kyle Hudak, David Nonini, Peter Harwell, Nico Murgia, myself, and then also Mike Brady of Oceanliner Designs. But it is unbelievable how big the team is behind all of them. Jack Gibson, of course, all of our researchers, many of whom were chiming in throughout this live stream. Their work not finished. You'd think they would just sit back and enjoy it, but their work is not done. And after this live stream, another discussion will begin, and we will start our work on next year's research. And we have things planned for next year, of course, to bring you something even more special. A big thanks again to Paul and to the Queen Mary for hosting us this year. I really do hope we can return and come back. A big thanks to all of our patrons who support this project through thick and thin, many years now. We value you all absolutely so much. To Ken Marshall, Randy Bingham, Sam Halpern, so many other of the legendary historians. Go buy their books, please. And then lastly, to our live audience for joining us, the largest audience we've ever had for this. And that's very cool. And to everybody at home, please, at home and everybody here, please give yourself a round of applause for supporting this event. And what's that? Oh, and so just to wrap us up, thank you again. We do this for Titanic, a ship that feels like a person to a lot of us. and to everyone who was on board, who were people to, and are people to a lot of us. We will do this till our last days, and there will be more people who will continue it on. Titanic is special to all of us. That's why you're all here. And as I said earlier, it's good to check back in with the real event. You know, documentaries are great, movies are great, and everything, but this was the real thing, and it was an honor to share it with you all. It was a glory to share it with you all. And until next year,
Jokes come in threes.
it does come in threes. That's how it works. Until next year, we are Titanic Honor and Glory. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.